the sun is coming blue. It's a color paints divide us. Strength and tunes are one of one true. Street light glows on me, should time to fade away. Lost inside the views, but I'm just walked away. Say look, the morning light, let the dark begins to guide. Midnight and the world let go. Killer flames and pounding snow. Golden hands and pulls me far. I found nowhere to go. Stepping through the brightness, when the sunrise painted gold. Your touch is just waiting night, holding something of control. Moonlight in the dark let go. In the flames that burn the snow. Humble hands and holds me far. I found nowhere to go.
Hello, everyone. What a fun time. What a fun time. What a fun weekend. I hope all of you are doing well. The rap is better. Yeah, of course it is. It's rap. So it says this is to chill. This is a very different vibe tonight, Pash. You got to chill a little bit out. You got to relax a little bit. First off, hello, everyone. I hope all of you are doing well. Birthday? Whose birthdays? My son got me this balloon when they were out getting me my cake because I turned 46 a few days ago. Now I'm not sure I can get it to stick in there again. It's gonna fall over. It's gonna fall over. That's fine. We'll find another spot for it somewhere. So this is Dexter got that for me because he knows I love video games, which is fair. It's fair. I have so many annoyances to go over today, but today we may be doing a few random bits. I'm so inclined to just go absolutely shit on a whole bunch of different stuff I've seen in the last few days. I got, for some reason, recommended an extraordinarily large amount of anarchist videos from like what seemed to be the worst anarchists I've ever seen. And it's, you know, I shouldn't like lump like Andrewism and Zoe and others in that, but you know, they don't understand anarchism except in like the way a teenager does. It's very, very frustrating. Ash Kitty, well, thank you for the membership. Anything super bad in particular? Well, I mean, I've got a lot of videos. I've got a lot of videos to do here. Tucker in the last 3 days has had two people who I've shit on in the last few months. And one of them I expect, Jay Dyer. If you don't know who Jay Dyer is, Jay Dyer sucks ass. It's like a Alex Jones orbiter without the talent, which is saying something. And then of course he had on Ben Jordan, who, you know, whatever. Like honestly, whatever. There's so much just that's like a nightmare. Multiple ICE shootings that have killed people who weren't even illegals have happened. In Colorado, a guy in Aurora, off-duty ICE agent shot a woman, a protester, and luckily he got arrested because fuck that guy. But we're in a really weird phase of everything right now, and there is a lot to go over. I have a huge number of videos. Just a lot to sort of have that conversation around. But I think I want to go do and start with some theory so I can get the taste out of my mouth of all this other shit. One sec. Where is it? It's awful. It's easily one of the videos I've been looking forward to just doing at the right time. Here it is. Okay. I've had this convo before. Gabriel Rockhill, who need to stream more often, that video log is getting long. Well, yeah, I know. It's life is what it is, and it has been for the last week or two. So there's only so much I can do as a human being. And life needs to keep moving as it does, because this does not pay the full-time gig. Not yet. Who knows? And I've got a bunch of stuff I've been working on to hopefully set that aside with any luck. I'm hoping. We'll find out. Gabriel Rockhill is I don't even know how to put it as a thing. He is ostensibly someone who really takes philosophy seriously. And I probably would give him more credit than a lot of people when it comes to like what that means and how that sort of works. I would not put him in the category of someone where I give him a lot of credit, like a Zizek, for example. That's definitely not how I would put it. But I would argue pretty heavily that he tends to know generally what he's talking about, I think would be the fair place to put it. Not positive. If that makes sense. Does that make sense to everyone? Aside from Pashy, who I know just wants me to shit on him, people kind of endlessly. No? Maybe? A little bit? Some of you? Well, we'll find out. This video is about whether or not French theory is dead, and I had it recommended to me by 5 or 6 different people who usually don't like drama stuff. So it went to the top of my fucking list. So let's give it a listen. And as always, feel free to throw a few bucks my way. There's a whole bunch of different things that end up happening. We'll see how all of the new super chat rewards function, because there's a lot of shit happening now that should be fun.
Hello and welcome to another episode of India and Global Left. If you are new to the show, please hit that subscribe button. Also consider becoming a YouTube member, a Patreon, or donate small amount given in the link in the description.
Thank you, Heather, for sending me a goat trophy. I still don't have jewels set up because I don't know what they are. My lovely, lovely wife sent me a goat trophy. Fuck YouTube. You had free gems. Well, thank you for sending the gems to me.
Description box. Without further ado, let me welcome our guest tonight, Professor Gabriel Rockhill. Professor Rockhill is an American philosopher, writer, and cultural critic. He is professor at Villanova University. Professor Rockhill, welcome back to Indian Global Left. It has been a while.
Thank you so much for having me back on. I really appreciate the work that you've been doing, and I'm excited to have this conversation.
Thank you. Likewise. I'm really...
His mic direction should trigger you. So if you do this and you talk like this, like he's doing, see, my voice, the sound is traveling out of my mouth. His is going past it. What you end up doing is you end up having to bump the audio because it's naturally going to be quieter. So you end up bumping the audio, and then you have to put a bunch of compression on it, and it ends up just getting all fucked up. Why am I seeing Rockhill right now? Welcome, Brick. See, there we go.
Really excited to...
And Heather, thank you for the jewels.
Discuss your latest book, Requiem for French Theory.
Yeah.
When you have a guest on your show, like, take 2 minutes. Like, come on.
Yeah, just correct me. The pronunciation.
Requiem. I mean, I don't
Requiem,
know
okay.
in U.S. American English, but I don't
Okay.
Oh God. Oh God, this is already.
know.
Yeah,
but
no,
Requiem is
that
what
sounds
we tend
right.
to
Yeah,
say.
yeah. Requiem for Friends Theory, Transatlantic Funeral Dirge in a Marxist Key, co-authored with Aymeric Monville.
Indian English. Hey, actually, 3PO, I would correct that. I'd say English is a version of English. So, this is so.
In conversation with Jennifer Ponce de Leon. So I'll flash the book or the cover page.
I'll just say up front, nothing this guy on the right has ever written is worth reading. But it's worth going over in a video like this because I think, as always, nothing is a total waste. It can always be a bad example, and there's a great way for us to actually talk through a few of these things, build out the ideas, give you a way for you to sort of grow more and do some more with it. That'd be how I'd phrase it.
As when I edit it. So
There we go.
here you go. Thank you. Yeah, and thanks for being generous to send the PDF. All right. So maybe I wanted to start out by asking you why this book. We have been discussing so many of the things that I read in the book. So why this new book, and what is new for you that you found while in the process of writing this book?
Well, this book is part of a kind of broader intervention.
Michael, welcome. We are watching Gabriel. We are doing really dry theory for a moment.
Into the perversions of the Western left intelligentsia. And of course, this has implications around the world insofar as intellectual imperialism tends to send out marching orders from the imperial core regarding what intellectual work should look like or how you advance your career on the kind of global level.
We've been going for 2 minutes. A red flag that should just make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up is anytime you're going to be giving a critique of something philosophically or philosophical rigor or tradition, if part of it is how your career works out, needs to, you have to go through these things because otherwise you won't have a career. You're preloading resentment. It's a lot of resentment, by the way. That's a lot of resentment.
And part of this follows up on an earlier book that we discussed on your show as well, Who Paid the Pipers of Western Marxism, which provides a political economy of the versions of Marxism that have become predominant within the imperial core. Those versions tend to be more theoretically oriented than practically so, and in general hostile to the project of actually existing socialism. So in short, it's a version of Marxism that's, Marxist in theory and anti-communist in practice. French theory, which is largely understood as a kind of new theoretical and discursive set of developments beginning in the 1960s in France, but then that became internationalized largely beginning around the 1980s via the Anglophone world in the United States in particular, usually is presented as being somehow the opposite of Western Marxism. So the Western Marxists are still invested in rationality, some form of materialist analysis, a critique of the broader cultural world, whereas postmodern French theory, as it's become known, is usually identified with radical forms of skepticism, even irrationalism, the rejection of the pretension to know or any absolutes, if it be absolute truth, absolute beauty.
So this is nonsense, and he's it's. There is nothing in that sense where it's like, this is just particularly French. How about Kant, who fundamentally critiques the idea of, say, pure reason or the idea of a fundamental truth that we can attach to. Is Kant part of that, or is German idealism and that setup not a thing that Gabriel wants to tackle? Because Marx would very clearly be in that realm as a materialist, but very much inspired by those guys. Is that not going to be a thing he's going to... No? Oh, well, then, of course, he's going to also mention how there's a lot of Greek thinkers who also go very much in this... No, he's not. Oh, fuck. So what's his point going to be? I don't know.
Absolute justice or things like this, or at least these are the kind of general ways in which they've been presented in the broader academy. But the thing that was important for us in writing this book is to recognize that, like in capitalist ideology in general, there are often false antagonisms that are produced, like the difference between Coke and Pepsi. There are minor differences, but it's largely a marketing campaign. You could say the same for the Democratic and the Republican Party in the United States, where there are, I think, important differences, but nonetheless, they agree on the essentials. They're pro-capitalist, pro-imperialist parties. And in much the same way, in the theoretical sphere, you find these kind of false antagonisms. On the one hand, you have a kind of Western Marxist critical discourse affiliated with the Frankfurt School and other contemporary developments, and then discourses that are largely focused on a critique of discourse itself, ways of speaking, how texts are written, etc. But if you mine down into the ideological bedrock that produced both Western Marxism and so-called French theory, you find the same basic elements, which is that they are dedicated to an anti-communist theoretical and practical project. And this is one of the reasons that we want.
No, they're not. I mean, they're fundamentally not. This is Rock Hill. That's right, August. The worst of the worst. Who doesn't understand what he talks about and yet actually can be called professor, sadly.
To Emmerich, my co-author, and I, like Jennifer Ponce de Leon, are all critics of Western Marxism. We've all written about why we need versions of Marxism that are invested in anti-imperialism. But Emmerich and I also have spent decades reading contemporary French theory. I was trained in Paris myself.
Oh, that's sad.
Like Emmerich. And so we wanted to bring to the fore the ways in which this critique of Western Marxism that's generated quite a bit of debate in the Anglosphere at this point in time and beyond the Anglosphere for that matter.
Let's get to it.
Is related to this broader phenomenon of postmodern French theory, which
Noah and I went over his article in French Theory. Yeah, he is a genuinely unserious person in every single way. And again, we're going to go a little bit, if he doesn't actually start saying things, because Gabriel has a tendency to just sort of ramble at length, because he's doing the fascist thing. That's ultimately what he's doing. He's aligned with really the worst of the worst. And so despite claiming to be this sort of anti-fascist sort of thing, he will just ramble and say very little.
Which continues to have an enormous impact through other
Derrida was one of this guy's advisors? Fuck me.
Discourses that might not be
Can you imagine? The people who come out of that school and he's one of them? Gross.
Described as French theory or even postmodern, but nonetheless are very prevalent within the Imperial Academy, if that be decolonial theory, new materialism, various forms of liberal queer theory, or other things like this. So in short, bringing that all to a close, this is part of an ongoing intervention aimed at realigning the Western left intelligence.
I don't know how I made it so far. Well, I mean, the funniest part is that he talks at length about how the space of academia is unfriendly to people like him. He's a fucking professor of philosophy at a decently sized school, and he made it because he plays that game very well. It's Elon Musk and the capitalist class people who go, look, I just care about people. I can't believe that we have so many wealthy people. It's the same bullshit. They know how to play the game. They are aware of it and they don't care.
And I would say more broadly, just the Western left, from social chauvinist positions to one that actually takes anti-imperialism seriously, both theoretically and practically.
I'll come back to many of the things you said.
Just say
but
something
if we could
useful.
spend a little bit about the tone of the book, the title itself, in some ways it doesn't reflect your personality or the what I've known about you during our conversation. I mean, you come up as not that diabolical and soft spoken and so on, but funeral dirts and requiem and I had many quotations underlined, especially towards the.
Yes, he did just say social chauvinist. He's very good at using these like terms. Like earlier, people were like actually existing socialism. Yeah, it's that kind of shit. He's got a lot of these things that are very good signifiers of what he's trying to get. Again, he's built out of like resentment and sort of self-hatred in a really weird way. But again, he doesn't grasp a lot of these people that he's talking about, and it's really embarrassing. Really embarrassing. August says his main issue with Foucault is that he didn't do enough to support actually existing. Yeah, I know. But again, actually existing socialism is what? And then they go into it and it's like, oh, so it's just capitalism with more state, but that's literally not what it is. Well, then you're not helping. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
End of the book, it becomes more and more hard hitting in terms of the language that was used. Maybe I would flash some of them. Maybe I could read out. Why dedicate time and energy? Okay, that was the question. But okay, I'll flash at some point. Okay, no, I had many things underlined about the tone and tenor, but if you could tell us a little bit about why is it so combative?
All right, I'm going to do a journey version of this because I think it's important to sort of, I don't think it's worthwhile not like hearing him out fully without doing a little bit of work up front. I've glanced through it. I'm not reading this book. It's bad. It's stupid. It's unconsidered. It's awful. There's a weird thing as an idea that it goes through, and it kind of goes back and forth about ultimately the provenance of concepts is the deal that we're talking about here. So if the CIA promoted Thing, this is it throughout, like the CIA liked Thing, bad guy, if bad man like Thing that I think good, then that thing must be bad. It's that level of like brain dead child stupidity where it's like, my children don't even think like this. So it's not even childlike. This is like, reactionary politics 101 fundamentally. And then it moves from this critique that's like the negative shitting version, and it moves in this significant play towards this idea of allegiance, right? So the thing living Marxism has that matters is, and the line is really kind of funny, but it's about more or less actually existing states. If you have allegiance to an actually existing state in any semblance, that replaces the analysis of the mode of production, right? So if you're not developing something in the real world with the real state, you're not doing actually existing socialism. Calling the CIA bad man is a bit of an understatement. No, it's not. Look, you could say they're really super bad men, but it's an organization. First off, two, stop doing the moral stupid shit. Don't you understand that everything is produced in a larger scale and that it's not about moral claims? Grow up. The third thing is it doesn't matter because it's just people I don't like, but that's not a foundational thing. That's not a thing you can build mental faculties or understanding or concepts off of. It's terrible. It's really terrible. And it's again, the drive of this and the thing it's trying to do, and you see this a lot. I'm trying to find good anarchy videos. If someone knows of any videos that explain anarchy in a decent way that's like popular on YouTube, don't send me a 20 fucking view thing from 6 years ago. I'd love to watch it and go through it because Andrewism has a handful of these. I saw a few. They've been pushed. It's the same underlying problem. If all you're doing is not rearranging the functions of capitalism and how we are produced within it, but instead trying to build structures within what capitalism is in order to make it survive or make it better for people, that's just doing capitalism. Capitalism that has socialism in it, these aren't two opposite things. Capitalism isn't no state is allowed to do anything. It has to be laissez-faire. It's not even a push towards that. That's silly Ayn Rand nonsense. That capital is whatever it needs to be. And it is about this sort of hyper decentralized meaning generation system. That thing that has to play, that's what you need to change. How do we find ourselves organized? How do we define our own meaning? How do we come to do the things that we do? This is what is determinant of the larger scale social machine and of social production at large. If we're not changing that, we're not changing anything. That's it. That's it. That's the only thing. Andrewism and they're flawed. They're not anarchists. Like, this is the part that I think is making me nuts, is they're not anarchists. They're all just capitalists and ultimately don't understand that they're crypto-fascist capitalists, both of them. They're just very kind about it. And that's what we like.
Yeah, well, we did. It is true. I try to be a good ethical and moral person and want to engage people, obviously, democratically and in an open fashion. And so I'm not a firebrand who just wants to get in fights or something like this. But intellectually and politically, particularly at this point in time, I think it's very important to draw clear lines and to...
Which you would. And this goes back, the thing that like sticks in my craw when people talk about, French theory and Western Marxism and Pepsi and Coke, it's all quite the same thing. That, first off, one, Pepsi and Coke aren't that similar. I get that people think cola is cola, but come on, fuck off. But the idea like within theory that, I don't know, a book that fundamentally says that fascism is about how desire invests in the infrastructure itself in the social space, that locates class interest in the infrastructure, not in the individual, and talks about how revolutions fundamentally are betrayed from within actual revolutionary organizations because of how the organization is actually happening, is not slightly different than Horkheimer. This is not kind of different. This is night and day. That's different questions asked at different depths for different modalities. If you don't ever actually drink soda, you wouldn't know that the two are different. If you don't really read these thinkers, you wouldn't know that they're different either. This is so awful.
To elucidate what theoretical traditions have contributed to the struggle for egalitarianism and ecological sustainability around the world, and which theoretical traditions have been a bulwark against that. And the way that French theory has largely been marketed via the Anglosphere, and in particular the US, has been that it is a radical form of theory that either surpassed Marxism or integrated elements from Marxism,
It did. It very much did.
Ultimately moved it to a higher level.
I wouldn't say higher level, but built it out.
And that there is some type of political purchase that French theory has. It's often affiliated with May 68 as if there was a kind of revolution in language, discourse, and knowledge that you get in French theoretical practice.
No, you're a stupid person. May 68 is associated with it as a failed revolution. Quite literally, it's about the failure of May 68. May 68 is associated as this moment of, we had all of the things that we're supposed to have in place for this big change, and then nothing. Neoliberalism won. And that, getting hit in the head with a brick is like, so wait, we need to reconfigure that. That's really terrible. That's a terrible way to say it.
That mirrors, reflects.
It's roughly how it's presented. Not that last part. The May 68 stuff is not about there was a revolution. It's a failed revolution, explicitly.
The kind of occupation of the Sorbonne by the students and the kind of radical left movements of the 60s. But if you actually know this history, and I should probably have said this is an insider critique in the sense that I did degrees under Luce Irigaray, Jacques Derrida, Alain Badiou. I'm kind of trained in French theory.
Apostasy is biography, not argument. Using it as argument shows a lot about you.
And if you know this tradition from the inside and situate it within global class struggle, then it becomes readily apparent that this is an intellectual tradition that has been opposed to the global project of alleviating the pain, suffering, exploitation, and shortened lives of the overwhelming majority of people on planet Earth. And so, given the current kind of...
What? Sorry.
This is an intellectual tradition that has been opposed to the global project of alleviating the pain, suffering, exploitation, and shortened an intellectual tradition that has been opposed to the global project of...
I can't believe he's saying this. That's a stunning statement. That Foucault, Frantz Fanon, Derrida, they're opposed to emancipation. Wow.
Alleviating the pain, suffering, exploitation, and shortened lives of the overwhelming majority of people on planet Earth. And so, given the current kind of intensification,
I've got to stop. I had to listen to it 3 times because I was like, my brain literally skipped past the opposed, because he said opposed. I just didn't hear it the first time, and I was like, what? No. Foucault fundamentally had multiple far left groups that he was a part of. Guattari spent his life absolutely militant, like super militant, and did real practical work. Deleuze publicly came out about Palestine, and like at a time when that was not really a thing you did. There was mass work done for prison abolition and AIDS activism, and like the people they then went on to inspire. What the fuck, man? You could say that they could have done more, which is weird, and I think a weird thing to say. But to say that they're literally opposed to things that they did material work in and inspired material work in, again, it speaks to this guy's standards and where he's at. It's about, oh, everyone good or bad, and provenance matters first. Sort everyone first.
of global contradictions, I think it's important to call these...
Foucault turned a bit right later in life. His philosophy is far from radical. Well, I wouldn't say his philosophy is far from radical. I know what you're saying. I think, again, the late life of a lot of people shifts a little bit, but I think Foucault's early work and a lot of the stuff he did, I thought was very good. It's not my flavor, but I'd hardly say it's far from radical. It's certainly not, reifying capitalist production when he writes about madness or sexuality. Jameson went nuts. Jameson, well, and there's a handful of others who also cracked a little bit. So, so be it.
traditions out for what they are and to recognize that they're not a radical contribution that somehow has resources for political movements and social movements, which was very prevalent throughout my kind of formative years in the 90s, the early 21st century. There are lots of social movements who were trying to tell us that, well, we need to learn from Deleuze or draw on Antonio Negri, who's obviously not French, but very influenced by French theory because he's Italian, or other figures that one could point to. And these theoretical contributions have demonstrated that they don't have the purchase necessary on reality to develop the types of movements and political organizations that we need.
I would argue the same thing's true of Marx. I think Marx has been shown explicitly on that. If that is our standard, Gabriel, if that's our standard, oh, well, how the imperial core has handled him. What has Marx done in the imperial core? Name a thing that has been demonstrated. And that, by the way, you've had a lot longer with Marx. Come on. What do you got? You're not gonna listen to that one though? You're not gonna try? Because let me tell you, Marx, the closest we get is, well, he kind of inspired a lot of really horrifying things too. I mean, if you want to go that direction. But here in America, Marx ain't done shit. So I guess you should give up Marx too. No? No, okay. Okay, fair enough, Gabriel.
Hence, the tenor of the book is also a kind of call to arms. You know, it's enough time has been spent.
Enough time's been wasted on fucking Marx then, shithead. Enough time's been wasted on Deleuze. Can we get back to wasting time on the other guy? Like, fucking Christ, dude. Unbelievable. These fucking people are amazing. I love them. I love them.
And even wasted on trying to, you know, concoct some type of theoretical third way politics. We actually have to roll up our
Tropical Stock, how you doing?
sleeves and get serious about the theoretical and practical work that's necessary to salvage humanity from.
Oh yes, let's get right back to it. The really good Marxism that was in America and changing things. One sec. I need to. Hey Siri. What years was Marx changing things fundamentally in America? It doesn't have an answer. Shit. That's okay. We'll get back to that time.
From what is really the kind of end game if capitalist imperialism continues. And so some of the tenor isn't really even just subjective. It's not because I or Emmerich have an axe to grind or a chip on our shoulder or personal things like this.
You literally have already shown multiple ways that you've got that. So
it's objective. You look at the world today and we are closer to nuclear apocalypse, ecological destruction.
Oh, I disagree with that statement. Are you fucking out of your mind? How old are you? Did you not live? I was young in the 80s. We were really close in like the 60s, 70s, and 80s to like full on, like nukes can happen now, but like we were on the edge, and actually we were extremely on the edge for a long time. Nuclear apocalypse is an amazing thing to, how about climate change, shitbird? How about that? How about climate change? Why isn't that your thing? Is what if Altist in blackface on left? No, so far he is just interviewing stupid people. He's not technically a stupid person himself, as far as I can tell.
And it's code red for humanity could just be the end of human life on planet Earth. Therefore, we have to stop playing discursive games and get serious about the relationship between theory and practice.
Yes, and all those Marxists have done such a good job. That's why we have Marx class in high school in America. I hate these people.
I wanted to ask you to tell us a little bit about Friend's theory, if any of our viewers is new to what you've been saying, or this category called Friends theory itself, I mean,
Before they move on, I am being sarcastic, but there's an important set of critical thinking moments I want to try to impart on you guys. Because one of the most important things to do is when people are bringing up these extreme statements, because this is what fascists do. This is fascism. Gabriel's a fascist. Okay? Also really not good at it. Like, they're a good fascist. We can watch one if you want. They're a really good fascist. He's not. But what he's doing here is talking about objective things, and he's using the tenor of someone who's matter of fact. And I'm not going to be caught up in the emotions of this silly shit that the French, you know the French, you know how they are. I think we need to get back to real practice because the apocalypse is upon us. But there is no using the apocalypse of nuclear weapons or how nuclear weapons are built or what might happen with them doesn't delineate between a reading of Derrida and Marx. The doomsday clock is not an argument, right? It is an emotional moment that you inflict upon your audience, you inflict upon people to get them to join you as you make your way through it. It's incredible to hear someone who supposedly gives a fuck. And by the way, anyone who talks like this does not care about global hegemony in any meaningful sense. They're very happy to have their position, and they're very happy to lord it over others. They are the SJW joke in form, more or less. Like, that's the thing. And again, it's a discursive game for Gabriel, not actual theory. And we'll get to that. I have no doubt he's going to do just the best way of describing all of this. Do I have a video on fascism? I have about 1,000 of them. History repeating itself. One is tragedy, another is farce. Man, I wish someone had written that. Someone clever. It's the same mentality of the young Hegelians, reactionaries who were with Marx, who's critiqued the French communists in 1845. I'd love to hear your thoughts on French theory as taken up by the Subaltern Studies Group. Whew. Oof. Oof. That I will find a way to join the Discord and ping me so I know who you are, and I will make sure I ping you when I'm able to actually have that conversation. That's not a simple thing. That is not a simple thing. So, yeah. Brickgriff says, months ago, after much pride, my parents finally revealed the main thing they don't like about speakers is vocal fry. They see it as inherently arrogant. Rockhill seems to avoid this. Yes. It works. It works well. It works very well.
In the book, both of you go through endless names and put them into perspectives, give examples, but I don't want you necessarily to overwhelm this conversation with names, assuming there will be many from all parts of the world who might not be familiar with many of the names. But one thing that struck me in this book...
And you know what? Actually, Del, I might end up getting to Spivak's piece tonight, because this might piss me enough that I want to dive into Deleuze and Foucault. It might. It depends on how angry I get.
Book in particular was
already. I'm already feeling.
I'm
halfway through Ethics. I'm not entirely sure why I'm reading it still. Not gonna lie. You're reading it because, having made it through as far as you have, you're starting to actually get to the point where he's moving beyond what we might consider abstract concepts to instead the way that our daily lives are organized and how we come to find meaning in everything we do. Keep going. It'll be okay.
Or the writers and thinkers of Friends theory being boxed into or clubbed with structuralism, where there is very little agency, as opposed to Hegel and Marx and others, which is in line with dialectical historical
There's Satsagalian. I am doing fine. How are you doing, Dexter?
materialism, which do not see things as fixed categories, which see things as moving, takes history into account, and it has more agency, definitely, and therefore it addresses the question of transformative politics, which is so much at the central element of your book. So if you could give us, our viewers, a sense of these two blocks, you like, and why are they so opposed to?
One sec. Yes, Dexter. You left it in my bed when you were playing it last night, remember? Well, you look around, it's there. I promise you. Go, go, go. Leave your stuff here. Leave your stuff. You'll come back for it. What the fuck? Is that the Lego set? Yes. Fantastic. Good job building that. His advisors were doing Derrida. Nah, but again, so is Catherine Malibu. So just saying. Some people, like, remember Michael Burns? His advisor was, what was his name? One of Jameson's buddies. And it doesn't matter who your advisor is. It doesn't matter who your advisor is the very short version at the end of that lesson.
Each other.
That's a good way of framing French theory, because on the one hand, you have the dialectical and historical materialist tradition that insists that everything is historical, everything's situated in time, and that the primary force driving history is class struggle and the complexities of those class struggles, right? It's top down, it's bottom up, but it's also geographic class struggles between nation states and between nationalities, also between men and women, between racialized groups. So all of the complexities of class struggle need to be taken into account in order to give a kind of holistic account of history. And of course, within this tradition, one of the points of insistence is that human beings make their own history. It's just not in conditions that they've chosen. And so there's also a strong insistence on agency, right?
No. One moment. No. No. One of these guys is historians that a lot of these guys rely on is a dude named Braudel, which I do super recommend. Super recommend. Braudel wrote Wheel of... One sec. I have him sitting somewhere. I took him out the other day to talk about him on stream, and then I forgot where I put him. God damn it. I need to clean my fucking office. I need to clean my office. Anyway, Braudel wrote this huge fucking series of books and goes through very specifically, like why Europe, not China, for capitalism, right? And it is literally this thing that he's saying it's not. Wheel of Commerce, thank you. God damn it. And capitalism, God, Braudel's so good. Braudel's so good. But that's the opposite of what he's saying it is here. Like, this is weird. There's no emphasis on agency in any of the works I know of. Certainly not Derrida, Foucault, Deleuze, Badiou. Agency isn't really a thing for these dudes, for any of them. I actually don't understand what the fuck he's talking about. Does anyone have an idea? If anyone has an idea, please let me know. But this is stupid nonsense.
We don't simply need to be the victims of a socioeconomic system like capitalism. We have the power, if we get organized, to combat that system and transform it. That basic lineage of thought from Marx, going back to Hegel and others for that matter, Marx, Engels, Lenin, etc., was
I'm very hesitant to say Marx would say, this is fucking, I'm so confused. This is terrible.
Also between men and women, between racialized, and that the primary force driving history is class struggle and the complexities of those class struggles, right? It's top down, it's bottom up, but it's also geographic class struggles between nation states and between nationalities, also between men and women, between racialized groups. So all of the complexities of class struggle need to be taken into account in order to give a kind of holistic account of history. And of course, within this tradition, one of the points of insistence is that human beings make their own history.
Like all of this is mostly just silly. And I've read a handful of his works. We did a thing on him a bit ago. He's terrible. His writing's awful. It's not philosophically, doesn't understand what he's writing, and it makes leaps and bounds. It's someone who never spent time with like proper logic in order to understand what they're writing. And I can't imagine what it's like having him as a teacher.
It's just not in conditions that they've chosen. And so there's also a strong insistence on agency, right? We don't simply need to be the victims of a socioeconomic system like capitalism. We have the power, if we get organized, to combat that system and transform it.
I don't know any leftist like theory person, or certainly not in the French that he's talking about, that like this grouping who's like, yeah, all people need to do is just get their shit together. Come on. That's chapter 6 of Anti-Oedipus. The fuck the idea of a larval subject. Just get your shit in gear and pull yourself up by the bootstraps. That section, right?
That basic lineage of thought from Marx, going back to Hegel and others for that matter, Marx, Engels, Lenin, etc., was in France in the immediate post-war era very widely respected due to the fact that the Soviets and the Chinese had just been at the forefront of the war against fascism and the inter-imperialist rivalry of World War II. And so in the wake of World War II, there's a level of kind of credibility that Marxism had that is almost difficult to imagine today, given how far the political spectrum has moved. And a lot of the early figures in the 1940s that became theoretically prominent in France became fellow travelers of the French Communist Party and embraced some version of Marxism. Sartre and de Beauvoir are particularly important, Merleau-Ponty at one point in time. The next generation is the generation.
It sounds like he's speaking positively on Sartre's Marxism. But this is interesting.
Generation that became known as the structuralists, or once they were integrated into the Communist Party, moved. And a lot of the early figures in the 1940s that became theoretically prominent in France became fellow travelers of the French Communist Party and embraced some version of Marxism. Sartre and de Beauvoir are particularly important, Merleau-Ponty at one point in time. The next generation is the generation that became known as the structuralists, or once they were integrated into the Anglosphere and promoted by the United States, became known globally as French theory.
Okay. So his version of this is we have Sartre's Marxist sort of take, which was focused. I'm trying my best to make sense of what he's saying here. So please don't hesitate to correct or layer in, because I'm trying to at least give him something that I can even talk about. I don't even know. The idea of thinking of systems instead of subjects, more or less, right? Yeah, sure. We can talk about sort of, the structuralists were a bit of a reaction against Sartre, against Levi-Strauss, and the order of things, which I actually think is Foucault's, still my favorite Foucault book. Privileged this idea of like synchrony and the way that these things came about. But it's a weird phrasing because it's.
And the primary orientation of the structuralists as they developed their work in France in, primarily the kind of long 1960s, was that they were opposed to Sartrean forms of Marxism, more kind of subjectivist and existentially oriented, but nonetheless Marxist in some sense. And they were postulating instead an approach that focused on structures that were more or less systematic in their nature and analyzing the relations operative within those structures much more so than how those structures would change over time through history.
I am fairly sure that even the earliest structuralists talked about how they changed in history. That's fucking weird.
And so there's a tendency to insist on system as opposed to subject, right?
I literally just said
as
this,
opposed to agency. They are almost all, in various ways, opposed to dialectics and the Marxist understanding of social relations being driven by transformative forms of agency and contradiction. They tend to
This is not true at all. That's not just not true. Like, the Order of Things doesn't forget about any of this shit. Foucault didn't forget about any of this shit. I don't know who he's talking about, but I can only assume he's talking about the Order of Things and Foucault. Like, that's like the earliest of this stuff. But like wait, Deleuze really, his book on Nietzsche is about forces, is about becoming. Like, Yomslevian linguistics is a concerted destruction of structuralist modalities. I'm this weekend I'll be finishing the video for that. It's my big AI video ends with Yomslev, but like this is weird. This is weird.
General to be dehistoricized as well. So you just have these rigid structures. The model for a lot of structuralism is, of course, what's called the linguistic turn, and the idea that language itself would have a static structure that could be analyzed independently of its historical development and studied just as an extant system. Saussure, of course, developed this in the early 20th century, and it was the background for a lot of French structuralism of the mid 20th century. The last
Hello, Harrison. What do you think of the algorithmic governance and the CyberSyn project? I'm not super familiar with CyberSyn in any major detail. I spent a lot of time working with and trying to build out governance platforms that were algorithmic and based on, general activities. I fundamentally have come away not believing that they have a future. And I'm happy to go into it. I'm not going to right now, and you can just dismiss me if you want. That's fine. But I hit a big wall in terms of what they're capable of and how easily they can be gamed. And it's one of those things that the nature of digital life is about measuring and creating measurements around things that are specified. And by doing so, you've kind of forced a system where the measurement is the goal, but anytime a measurement's a goal, it ceases being a measurement, which becomes a major problem. I'll talk about it another time perhaps, but there's a lot there.
Thing that I would say in just relationship to this is then that a lot of French structuralism was theoretically informed and coming out of certain philosophic traditions, but also engaging within the bourgeois social sciences, right? So you have Claude Lévi-Strauss, who's using and drawing on linguistic structures to analyze anthropology. You have Bourdieu, who's doing something very similar, but with sociology. You have Foucault, who's doing something very similar, but with history and outlining history in terms of these kind of epistemic or discursive blocks and not explaining how you get from one episteme or configuration to another.
Well, that's really weird. I know I've heard people say that, but I've only ever heard it specifically, like the last time someone said this to me about Foucault, it was because I was talking about how in The Order of Things, I love The Order of Things. I love The Order of Things. It's got an entire piece on Las Meninas that is one of my favorite pieces of writing on art. I love it. I adore it. I adore it. And everyone's like, oh, it's, but the book doesn't talk about how these things change over time. It's like, yeah, but that's a book. Like, what the fuck do you want from a fucking book? The Order of Things is dense as shit and has a million things in it. Eat shit. Discipline and Punish does literally that thing. The fuck do you want? Like, Discipline and Punish is that. That's what it does. It's about the transition. Material practices, blah, 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 blah. Like what the fuck do you want, dude? Like, but he's not, I shouldn't put in his words in his mouth that he's doing it for the Order of Things, but like, if he's saying these guys don't do that, they have entire books literally on this. That's terrible. Have you read Soyao? I have a bunch of Soyao. I have a bunch of original French. There's not enough of his that has been translated. I have a handful of people in the QC who have hit me up and are demanding as much as I can to get translations of some of his works done. It's beautiful. I love his writing.
And so bringing all of this together,
but again, this is nonsense. It's nonsense. Bullshit.
I think is important to understand about French structuralism that became known as French theory is that this was an anti-Marxist form of social scientific analysis that played into and therefore was supported by the interests of the capitalist ruling class and their imperial state managers. So part of the interest in the book, and it's related to other archival research that I've been doing, is the question of why it is that in the world we live in, and certainly the world I was educated going to college in the 1990s, is one in which the hottest radical theory on offer tends to be these anti-Marxist forms of theory that generally evacuate history, get rid of agency.
Yeah, they don't do any of those things. You're full of shit. Okay. Supported by the interests of the capitalist ruling class. Amazing. It's amazing.
At least to a large extent, and focus on these static structures. And lo and behold, it's not just the result of individuals in France having particular thoughts. There's a political economy and a system of knowledge production and dissemination that makes it such that these ideas that serve the interest of empire, like the idea that the world simply exists and you can't change it,
he's so awful.
and the idea that Marxism is either a dead end or just leads to bloody and
Deleuze is just Marxism, dude. It's just Marxism. It's like super Marxism, but it's Marxism. It's not Marxism. Deleuze and Guattari fundamentally rely on Marx probably more than any other thinker to write their books. It's like the most Marxist shit. You may not like their version of it, but like they super love Marx. Deleuze loves Marx. What the fuck, man?
Horrific consequences. Those are precisely the types of ideas that the imperial ruling class has wanted to and has promoted. So we go into the book in some detail.
Oh God, he's going to bring up the CIA. Here we go. This is the shit I loved. I read this. I love this.
About some of the forces behind the...
This is, by the way, you know the meme where the IDF read 1,000 plateaus, so therefore Deleuze is pro-Zionist. This is that as person. This is that as person. That's just this as person. He's about to do that thing, but that's it. And he's going to do the thing in a way that's really wrong. It's going to be fun to go through. I hope he says all of it.
Promotion of French theory, as well as the fact that we know that the Central Intelligence Agency celebrated French structuralism, as well as the Annales School of Historiography, if your viewers are familiar with it. It was originally Marxist, but then kind of moved in the direction of...
No, it wasn't Marxist. I would need you to do more substantial work there. I've read Bloch, I've read Fev. They're not Marxists. That's no. Braudel was there. Wasn't Braudel there? I just talked about Braudel. That's like, I wouldn't say he's not Marxist, but he's definitely not Marxist. He's not anti-Marx or anything, but he's not Marxist. This is really frustrating. That's a weird statement. That's a weird statement. They had people who liked Marx there, don't get me wrong, but to say it started out Marxist is just like he's coloring everything. It started out in the way I like things, but it's going to become the thing that the CIA and capitalism wants, which is not my thing.
An empirical materialist form of analysis that was less and less Marxist, why it is that the CIA found these to be allies in their war on communism, because they saw them as contributing to a demolition of the Marxist framework within the broader social sciences.
Allies.
Yeah, I found it very interesting.
I'm sure you did, because you didn't do two things like look up who started it and whether or not they were Marxists. Also, what it meant that the CIA celebrating it, as his words, he just said celebrated. Did they fund the whole thing? So, and what did they do with it? Well, Deleuze, he used to run night missions, assassinating communist leaders. Well, that would be a thing. I think that would be a thing to find out. Would you all agree that would be a thing to find out? I'd love to know. Would Deleuze do that? Deleuze on night missions would be fascinating. Like Deleuze wet work. Is that what he thinks happened?
Because the usual boxes are, let's say, materialist versus culturalist, right? I mean, excessive focus on symbols, language, even Levi-Strauss's focus on ancient myths, or focus on discourses, whether of madness or of the prison and in Discipline and Punish.
That's an empty thing.
Or sexuality, as opposed to materialism. But this was sort of a refreshing new box to say post-structuralism, structuralism, and you even put the NL School and others. This is one box where the common thing that bind all of them is their rigidity and lack of agency, as opposed to and maybe even how it changes with time and taking history into account, as opposed to the historical school. And I think Althusser is an interesting insertion because of these refreshing maneuver, let's say, in the positive sense that you make, because many would think that here is a guy who has written so much about Marx's Capital. I mean, many of us entered Capital through Althusser reading Marx, whether for right or wrong reason. And he wrote about the Russian Revolution. He spoke about in his comments about overdeterminism. He was talking about politics and things like that. And suddenly, here in your book, he gets clubbed with people whose
this guy's garbage. So it's one of the things because I wanted to talk about this, so I made sure I grabbed it. The thing he's citing is a paper that the CIA put like a CIA research paper from like 85, which is, by the way, a few years after everything else, right? And you can go through it and read it. It's an appraisal of a shift observed and claiming that it was involved. Like, the CIA saw the NL School, what it did, and the trends around it, and the agency said that they liked it, but not that they necessarily made it. Right? This is a really weird claim. It's a really weird claim. It's a really weird claim to make in the book, and it makes no sense as a thing. It's it's like the IDF saying oh, well, that book was really good by Deleuze. Oh, that's it. That's the end of it. The CIA didn't fund it, didn't get involved, didn't do anything until years after any of the stuff he's talking about. Didn't they also say they didn't understand? I mean, the paper talks about how they don't really know what happened, and they just have a correlative relationship. They don't even say it was causative or anything else, just that this school and these French intellectuals, and then this fell apart. They just draw this line, but that's it. It's an insane statement.
Usual focus or subject is something
The CIA tapped probably everyone.
different. So I was struck by that. I'm curious to hear your thoughts about my comments.
I would say that the key element that is evacuated in the case of structuralism and post-structuralism,
Oh, God.
your viewers should know, if they don't already, that in France, the term post-structuralism has been reintegrated into the vernacular from the Anglophone world, meaning that within the French context, the thinkers like Barthes and Kristeva and Derrida and others who are marketed in the Anglosphere as being post-structuralist because the structures, in short, are kind of no longer closed, they're open, there's infinite interpretation, these types of things. But in France, this is seen as, at least originally, in continuity with the structuralist project. It's just a kind of radicalization
I was hearing pops. Did anyone else hear pops?
of structuralism. So that's just a point of clarification. But in both of these traditions, what's evacuated is class struggle, right? Derrida quite famously said, I do not know what the term social class means. I cannot construct meaningful sentences with it.
Yes, correct. I mean, I know you've never argued against this or explained how class is something that is inherent to anything. It's an understanding of someone's social position that they invest in. There's
As if his inability to formulate or even understand class meant somehow that it didn't exist. Whereas, of course, only someone of a certain class position would likely formulate that type of, not even an argument, just a.
Is that popping happening on my end? Are you guys hearing popping? Is it his video or mine? I can't even tell at this point.
Statement. But what you also have in the French scene, because Marxism was so prevalent, is the effects of structuralism on the Marxist heritage. And Althusser, I think, functions largely
I have to go back because this is breaking my brain. And
that is evacuated in the case of structuralism and post-structuralism. Your viewers should know, if they don't already, that in France, the term post-structuralism has been reintegrated into the vernacular from the Anglophone world, meaning that within the French context, the thinkers like Barthes and Kristeva and Derrida and others who are marketed in the Anglosphere as being post-structuralist because the structures, in short, are kind of no longer closed, they're open, there's infinite interpretation, these types of things. But in France, this is seen as, at least originally, in continuity with the structuralist project. It's just a kind of radicalization of structuralism. So that's just a point of clarification. But in both of these traditions, what's evacuated is class struggle, right? Derrida quite famously said, I do not know what the term social class means. I cannot construct meaningful sentences with it. As if his inability to formulate or even understand class meant somehow that it didn't exist.
okay. Logic is really, really important because when you hear someone say what he just said about Derrida, and I'm not like a giant Derrida fan. I'm not anti-Derrida, but I'm not Derrida made a comment that in his parlance, he doesn't know what the word means or how he can give it meaning. Now, that statement taken on itself just means that he doesn't know how to give it meaning. Derrida's got his own his whole thing. To add to that Gabriel then adds, that's Gabriel's addition. That's not Derrida did not say, I have an inability, therefore it doesn't exist. That's what he's saying. He's adding that, and it's not the same logical structure or sentence at all. Derrida expressing that he has difficulty operationalizing a concept. Totally fine. It is not denial of referent for him. That means work needs to be done there. That's what he's saying. Gabriel takes it and really is just fucking destroying it. Yeah, Derrida is skeptical of someone with a primary language can use another to properly explain an idea. Again, this asshole is now adding on language that is making it seem like Derrida is saying there's no such thing as class. I can tell you right now, Derrida is not dumb as fuck. He saw and understood that class is a thing. Caste systems in the world have existed and do exist. How they come to be, what that meaning is filled with, how the referent exists within it is a whole different beast. But this is him supplying it, and it's terrible. Like, and I find it very offensive because apparently, yeah, sure, Derrida was like retired or whatever, but Derrida advised this guy, as everyone keeps saying, and Derrida went out of his way to say that what he did was in the spirit of Marxism. I'm not sure. Like, that's quote French version, whatever the fuck. It's spirit of Marxism, whatever the fuck you want to say. But that's, Derrida was like, really liked Marx. Like, this is, saying that he's anti-Marxist is like just rewriting Derrida. That's just embarrassing.
Whereas, of course, only someone of a certain class position would likely formulate that type of, not even an argument, just a statement. As of course, only someone of a certain class position would likely formulate that type of, not even an argument, just a statement. But what you also have in the French scene, because Marxism was so prevalent, is the effects of structuralism on the Marxist heritage. And Althusser, I think, functions largely historically.
I'm getting pops again. Give me a second. I'm going to see if I can clear that up with my audio device. One moment. It'll probably kick out audio, so you won't hear anything. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it'll do more. And click. And we're back.
Historically, and now we have enough perspective to be able to see the scene, because Marxism was so prevalent, is the effects of structuralism on the Marxist heritage. And Althusser, I think, functions largely historically, and now we have enough perspective to be able to see this, I think, more clearly, as a kind of pivot figure. On the one hand, he was obviously squarely situated within the Marxist tradition, defended it.
Marx was anti-Marxist. Well, Marx was anti-Marxist the same way Buddha was anti-Buddhist, right? The famous line Buddha said, if you ever meet a baby who claims to be the Buddha, dash his head on the rocks. It's a horrifying statement, but it's basically the same sentiments for Marx. Same thing. So,
obviously, this changed kind of later in life in various ways, but for the most part, the work that is well known from the 1960s was one in which he was waving the Marxist flag. He was also a member of the French Communist Party, and he did make certain, I think, significant contributions to the analysis of Marxism, readings of Marx, etc.
Yeah, you think?
At the same time, what he attempted to do with Marx was very much in line with some of the dominant fads in France at that time, namely structuralism.
Oh, God.
By focusing primarily on the text and reading and rereading texts, not so much on the historical context and the material play of forces that produce those texts, that make those texts circulate, etc. But then also there is
I've read parts of your book. You seem to be proud of doing the exact same thing, where it's a book about dialogues. And that's the phrasing I think you have on the inside cover. Waste money on these fucking stupid people's books.
Is an endeavor to develop a kind of, what's been criticized as a theoretic.
Is he still talking Althusser? He's still talking about someone named Althusser. I assume it's not the one I know. I'm assuming this is like Steve Althusser, who like beat him up in high school or something.
Version of Marxism where
And Stephen Althusser, dickhead. Just letting you know, just dickhead. He's a dickhead. So I'm with him. Like all these guys. See, we think he's talking about French theory. What he's talking about is French theory high school, where he went and he got the shit kicked out of him by a bunch of people who have a lot of the same last names.
you have a pristine system in which everything seems to fit in place. But to establish that pristine system, you have to disconnect it from the complexities of class struggle in the real world. And anyone who's read enough.
Your entire book outsources all of its points to other books. That's a weird self-report, shithead.
Outplace kind of, what's been criticized as a theoreticist version of Marxism, where you have a pristine system in which everything seems to.
Yeah. All of your books don't deal with anything practical. It is straight up theory in the worst kind of way, like in the head, and doesn't touch. That's awful, man.
Fit in place. But to establish that pristine system, you have to disconnect it from the complexities of class struggle in the real world. And anyone who's read enough Althusser should understand kind of what I'm gesturing to. That is, it's very different when you read Althusser compared to, I don't know, Michael Parenti or Walter Rodney or people who are doing, or Domenico Losordo. They're doing really anchored materialist analysis that is sorting through the complexities of the actual world, not establishing a pristine system in which everything has its place and its kind of internal coherence.
Okay, let's say I want to Iron Man this, Steel Man this, and I want to go, hey, here's how this works. Althusser is playing more with the theory of what Marx wrote and trying to break it into its own systemic analysis rather than have it always be where the rubber meets the road. I could give you that. Like, I think I'd have to, because like Althusser writes about what he does as like theater, I think is the term he uses. Dell is in the chat. I'm sure Dell will let me know. But I remember, like, he goes out of his way to like say, honestly, it's not like he's bullshitting and like, I don't ever do this. Everything I do is pure materialist praxis. And it's like, no, it's theater. That's like the point, is that he does theater, and it's like, but that's the point of Althusser's work, is like, for me, it was the point. Yeah.
And one of the things that we touch on in the book is this really comes to a head in Althusser's it's probably his most famous essay on ideological state apparatuses, where he develops a kind of contradictory account of ideology, because on the one hand, he argues that, well, individuals are always already ideological subjects, meaning that we're always already framed and situated within ideological state apparatuses that condition our experience. But then he provides an example of someone being hailed in the street by a police officer and then turning around to recognize that they're the one who's been called, as if an individual could be kind of outside of ideology and then recognized when they're interpolated by someone. And the driving force behind that is he's drawing on Lacanian psychoanalysis and the mirror stage and trying to kind of map a structuralist understanding of psychoanalysis that he gets from Lacan onto a Marxist understanding of ideology. And so the other thing that happens in Althusser is what I see as a kind of eclecticism, bringing together structuralism with Marxism, that then creates some fundamental contradictions, because in my understanding of the Marxist heritage, given that it aspires to scientific rigor and internal coherence, it doesn't make sense to combine it with ideology or with misdirected kind of conceptual frameworks that evacuate class struggle.
I don't look that was just an extraordinary amount of stupid bullshit that I know he's talking off the top of his head, and I should give him room for that. But look, there's no pure, like, there's no like actual material theory. Like, pristine system is what Marx built too, by the way. Like I've read Capital. If you don't think pristine system as a thing, and this setup is like this is a weird direction. I don't really like this at all. I actually don't even, I'm not smart enough actually to respond to that. It's too much nonsense. It's too much nonsense. It's
understanding of the Marxism, bringing together structuralism with Marxism, that then creates some fundamental contradictions, because in my understanding of the Marxist heritage, given that it aspires to scientific rigor and internal coherence,
which would mean it's a pristine system in the clouds. Like, okay, Marx wrote on Hegel. So did Lenin. We've got Gramsci writing on a whole bunch of fucking dudes. I've read Mao, right? All these fucking things. These are all eclectic combinations that are productive. Marxism is fundamentally itself a grouping of these things. I've used this argument, and it's been a bit sloppy when I've said it, but the whole point of like a lot of what Marx wrote is like when he's shitting on and he shits on a whole bunch of philosophers, like a huge number of them. The point of those writings is not necessarily that he's, oh, I'm doing the better version, but it's the interaction of them. It's the interplay of them. The point is that, like, isn't it Balabar who had that line, "There is nothing about ideology in Capital," which I've taken and I've run with, especially with Deleuze and Guattari, who very much disagree with the idea of ideology at all. But this thing is like the stable core of Marxism he's talking about is horrifying. Like, none of that's in there. None of this stuff he's talking about, the scientific rigor. The fuck does that even mean, dude? Jesus Christ. Thoughts on Jameson's years of theory in regard to all this have been finding illuminating what this guy is saying does not track. Yeah, no, this guy sucks. I like Jameson. So let me just say this. One of the most important things, and I've had to learn it, and it's been a humbling thing. When I was younger, it was, oh, the guys I like, people I like, they're the only ones. And then I started like actually reading who they disagreed with, and then learning that the people I liked were kind of wrong, and then getting into those guys, and then people they disagree with, and over and over, kind of continually realizing that the best thinkers are people who actually can create those critiques and who can do something and put something out there that, even if it's wrong, is gesturing to or building on something. Jameson is brilliant. Like, Jameson has so many fucking books. Postmodernism is just one. The valences of the dialect. Valences? I want to say valences of the dialectic is the other. Fucking what a book. Do I agree with everything? No. God, no. But God, what a book. I have Sloterdijk. I've talked about this. I have Sloterdijk here. If you haven't read the Spheres trilogy, first off, I don't think Sloterdijk's that good of a philosopher. Secondly, goddamn, can that motherfucker write? That motherfucker can write. His prose is poetry, and it's so good. So good. But I disagree with a lot of his ideas, but God, it's still great. Like that's it. Jameson's so good and totally worth reading. And you might find useful things there. Build with it.
It doesn't make sense to combine it with ideology or with misdirected kind of conceptual frameworks that evacuate class struggle.
Yes, having a pristine system that we don't mix with other things. Yes.
And so Althusser, like most figures, I think, needs to be understood in terms of his complexity and situated as kind of having a foot in the structuralist camp and nonetheless maintaining a foot in a certain version of Marxism.
I also wanted to ask you a little bit about maybe I'll come back to that question later. I wanted to ask you before that the importance of revitalization of Marxism, because that's something I felt is very, very central to the book you wrote. And
I don't know if I can do this. That's a half hour, and this has been beyond vapid without anything here. I haven't garnered anything, Gabriel. Nothing. Your writing and existence and everything you do fills only the spaces already designed for it and builds nothing new with people who are looking for something interesting. You will create filler. You have existed, and your existence has been done in an untold number of similar patterns and ways within the capitalist system. You are the thing that you rally against, and you only will be. What a shame. What a fucking waste of a shame. God damn it. Can't do that. That's a terrible video. Terrible video. Oh, God. Do I want to break more? Yeah, let's break more.
The next thing.
Fuck you, second thought. Can I say fuck you, second thought? Is that good? Can I say fuck you, second thought? Fuck you, second thought? Do you know what second thought is? Second thought is if Philosophy Tube felt like not pretending to give a fuck about philosophy anymore and also wasn't good on anything. This is a video titled Zoran won the election. Has he actually changed anything in a year? As a single person, like, hero politics is the worst fucking thing. Bernie Sanders, when he was running, he had a line that people really didn't like. And it was my favorite thing he said, which was, when I win the presidency, that is not the day your job is done talking to everyone. He said, that's actually the day your job starts, because being a person doesn't matter. Being a person is awful. One person as a mayor of a city, this breaks me. The very idea of this phrasing and this question breaks me. Because it's just, we need Luke Skywalker, because everyone is basically a child. Let's see what we do.
Mayor of the city of New York, Zoran Mamdani.
1 year ago today, kinda.
I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
Zoran won the Democratic primary and all but secured the mayor's office, snatching victory from the paws of the creep, and according to what I'm seeing on Facebook, turning the city into a cesspit of commie, Sharia, Bushwick, needle-swapping, woke, blue hair, no cops, pronouns, Hamas, kumbaya, BS.
So, we should probably keep score of how many times Second Thought utilizes charged, insulting language to place himself morally superior to other groups. If he is seeing these things on Facebook, by the way, it's because Facebook believes he wants to see these things. Because he's not seeing these things on Facebook. He's making a joke about the hoi polloi, the common man, who just don't have an understanding of how good things are. They're stupid. This is the thing, right? Because it's bullshit. He probably doesn't even have a Facebook fucking profile. No one who fucking does anymore. What is he, 70?
This city belongs to you.
Saw a video a year ago called out Second Thought for plagiarism in one video, line for line thing. Oh no, we did stuff on that too because he is an embarrassment and doesn't know how to write. And Michael Burns did it too. All these big names have just stolen content. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't actually want to spend time writing. They can't be fucked because they don't have a lot up here to actually give. So mostly it's just, what can I get away with?
Is that a good thing? Has Zoran...
Isn't he a tanky? Don't care. He's a fascist, so I don't really care about the flavor.
The more dumb mom dummy Lenined up the Big Apple and read disgustinged it. In this episode, we decided to find out. Title card. Wait, was I supposed to say that?
Caricature of Mamdani. And we've found out. So, claiming a finding as preloaded with mocking again stupid people and caricatures. Good job. Good job. Decorating garbage. Has Zoran kept his word? How is that the fuck? I hate everybody. Like, I just hate everyone. Like, this is why someone becomes a misanthrope. You watch videos like this that has millions of views with these shitheads who, like, I don't know, look like the kind of guy who, when they walk into a bar, girls cover their fucking drinks with napkins, and they say shit like this. Fuck me. Red Delicious are not the worst apples. They're the worst apple for eating alone. They're the best apple for apple pie because the way that they deal with sugar, and they have sugar baked into them for the baking process, yields a far better pie overall. And you can go fucking find out. I don't like green apple pies. Red Delicious is the way to go.
All right, quick plug, and then we'll get back to it. As always,
of course, quick plug. Do your fucking stupid thing.
It has to be supported direct through single video and access to our patrons-only Discord server, complete with Capital 15 on its own. Thank you so much. It really in office are incredibly impressive. And at the these are the best ways to do it. For those of you who already support us financially, and those of
that you support these people financially is disgusting.
You who are on the fence.
Anyone here who hears my voice, just please cancel that. You don't have to give the money to me. Go find, like, I don't know. There's a lot of really good groups doing real work. Please. This is a person who actually is going to do a video on whether Mamdani kept his word.
Thank you so much. It really does mean the world to us. All right, that's it. Back to the video. Let's start with a list. Zoran's achievements in just 6 months in office are incredibly impressive. And at the top, you have to put free universal childcare for thousands of 2-year-olds in New York. Just 8 days into his term, Mamdani secured a $1.2 billion budget to make pre-K free in the city and add thousands of new spots for kids. Finally, giving thousands of New York parents an answer to the question, how can I provide the greatest number of infectious diseases to my child at no cost? Let me tell you, I'm a parent myself, and this is a big deal.
Oh, God.
For everyone, but especially for those working class parents who can't afford to either take work off or send their kids to private pre-K or move neighborhoods to where seats are available.
That's an implication that you get to do all of that.
Not everyone can get help from family.
Stop giving him support. Are you
How can
kidding
I
me?
provide the greatest number of infectious diseases
You
to my
fucking
child
kidding me?
at no cost? Let me tell you, I'm a parent myself, and this is a big deal. For everyone, but especially for those working class parents who can't afford to either take work off, or send their kids to private pre-K, or move neighborhoods to where seats are available. Not everyone can get help from family, and feeling like your kids are already falling behind at just 2 years old is a horrible thing. This plan eradicates that. Not measles, though. You might have also seen that we're taxing the rich now. In the capital of capital, second homes worth more than $5 million and that sit empty most of the year are now going to be taxed. That'll bring in somewhere in the neighborhood of $500 million. You get it? Neighborhood? Which is really good news for a city.
That's not even really a related pun. Like, that's not one that you let that lie and maybe wink, but you don't like hang a lantern on it. You don't hang a lantern on a writing like that. That's not what you do. Bad.
Where rent and property prices just keep going up. There are entire streets filled with empty apartments used by billionaires exclusively as improvised bank deposits. Much in the same way I use my Funkos, we're all just parking our money in a safe investment. At least now there's a public benefit to us doing what we do. Now,
I have a lot of issues with everything, but whatever. I don't give a fuck.
as with most of Mamdani's plans, billionaires went to the press to whine. They said, oh, this is a mistake. People are gonna leave. We don't want to kick out millionaires who spend so much in New York, blah, 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 blah. But they know they're not going anywhere. Taxes like these never actually drive out more than a tiny percent of ultra-wealthy residents. Study. And at the end of the day, New York is New York. These guys can't avoid going there once in a while. If they can afford a $5 million apartment they barely use, they can afford this. They don't actually have any leverage, and boy does that feel good. So the city's getting more
He's not a philosopher, Foxtail.
money coming in, and it's going to allow the mayor's office to do more of what they've already shown they can do
Literally, what we're seeing is him showing that he's barely a reporter because he's just restating facts.
well. Things like handling a historic blizzard, putting the screws to landlords, filling hundreds of thousands of potholes, getting rid of junk fees on hotels and delivery apps, and all this other stuff that this video is just not able to cover because we frankly underestimated how much Mamdani's done when we started this. And in the future, building more affordable housing, making buses free, and opening public grocery stores with the first one already announced for the end of the year. The wheels are already turning, and this is working. Having a socialist mayor is working. Not for nothing, but New Yorkers, by and large, they love the
It's not a socialist. Like this, I can't. I don't care.
so.
I like him. I like his smile. I think he's got good energy.
Love him.
I'm just amazed that he does.
Like I thought in leftist circles we generally had this understanding that we don't use the terms the way that the chuds use it. Like the whole point of talking about socialism is socialism, not capitalism with government intervention. Can we not do the same thing? Like, I thought the whole point was that we were trying to argue.
So much.
Look at this. Up like a rocket, higher and higher. New York City voters have never felt better about the man that they elected to lead this city.
He has done a ton of great things already, not the least of which breaking with the left's traditional MO. Losing. We've gotten so used to elections being a contest between Mr. Neo-Shitlib and Bring Hitler Back Man that it's incredibly refreshing seeing someone on the left not just offering an alternative and winning on that line, but then actually doing pro-working class things once in power instead of clip-farming anti-Republican zingers, writing strongly worded letters, and going back to the nursing home.
Like your video? Like your video where you opened with multiple anti-Republican zingers and puns. Are you fucking kidding me? Did AI write this? How the fuck did he not? Like, here's someone whose primary product the primary product is affect farmed political content that's put out every 2 weeks. That is explicitly, as we saw in the beginning, I skipped past it, parasocially sold, give me money, filled with clips, clip farming jokey jokes, and the form you're the thing.
Like sewer socialists back in the 30s, Zohran is proving that socialists can both have the right ideas and get shit done. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Zohran isn't the US's first socialist in office. A century ago, cities like Milwaukee elected true-bred Reds to city councils and mayor's offices. And once in power, these sewer socialists delivered things like the first public housing co-op in the country, city-owned power and quarries, and, as the name implies, functional sewage systems.
And I will say again, if you ever talk to someone who's a Trumper, throw out all the jargon, all the idioms, all of the lefty talking points, and just talk about the policies. Fundamentally, remove all language that could be any problematic. Just talk about the things you think should be in place. They won't fight you on any of it. In fact, they'll agree, because that's the old socialists of the world was the working class and the poor, especially white trash. I'm family from West Virginia. You want to talk about old socialism that got broken by the way that we talk about things now. Yeah.
They even, in an echo of what's coming down the pike in New York, secured city-run affordable food and clothing. Once again, socialists in office, good, but sometimes bad too. For all the great things the Mamdani admin is doing, having the DSA sticker of endorsement doesn't give him a free pass. For all the progress made, there are some serious concerns I, and a lot of us on the left, have about how the next few years might go.
Okay, so, hey, we've not figured out how to handle winning. Ha 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 ha. But now let me tell you ways that we're ready to critique what's coming. Jesus Christ.
And let's start with the biggest disappointment so far. The NYPD. We knew this was coming.
Tish.
Early in the election cycle, Mamdani committed to keeping Jessica Tisch on as NYPD commissioner, most recently seen here. You might not know her if you don't live in the city, but Tisch is well known there for both her connections to New York's financial elite, as an heiress of the Lowe's family fortune, and her, let's call it, conservative approach to policing, particularly against pro-Palestine protesters. She is a darling of the New York elite, and as one of the highest-ranking figures in the city, someone appointed directly by the mayor, and the commander of 30,000 officers playing with the budget of an army, Tisch is not like any other appointment. Whoever has that role matters a lot. That she is such a diametrically...
Yeah, see? Eventually you had to get back to it, didn't you, shithead? Whoa, did Zoran keep his word? It's about one man. Oh, it's all about the person we put in at the head of the NYPD. The commissioner of the NYPD, if we put in someone who really could crack down, that would fundamentally change the entire police department. You fucking jackass. Bullshit. It's so stupid. Like, the idea, yes, to some level, the person who has the role matters, but the problem with the police is not in the appointee. Holy shit, man.
Opposed figure politically is one thing, but the more important issue is her track record since she's been in charge. Already, we've seen her commitment to so-called quality of life policing. Basically, sending cops to harass people in a sort of dragnet way. The idea of QOLP, or CULP as the kids call it, is you bring out the big guns for the little stuff to stop it at the source. It doesn't sound too unreasonable until you realize it's the same failed idea behind
How does it not sound too unreasonable? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? It sounds fundamentally... You literally just said you bring out big guns and you showed dudes with fucking machine gun... You fucking jackass. What is this? God damn.
broken windows. It's putting guys with guns in situations where they're gonna escalate things. What does this look like in practice? For one, it looks like homeless people being dragged to court in droves for sleeping in subway cars. This started when Tish was working for Adams, and it hasn't slowed down a bit under Zohran. You only sleep on the train if you truly have no other choice. For example, if you've been iced all night. But sicking the cops on people just trying to make do is overkill, and it doesn't take into account that the homeless have even less of a choice.
Okay. Stupid fuck. Okay, let's talk about how language and videos work. Okay. Mom Donnie, I think it's safe to say, would agree with the idea that we need better ways to handle crime, and in fact might even personally himself be very much anti-genuinely police. He has in the New York system one of the largest, I think the second or first single largest budget that exists for the police. And if he just abolished he can't just abolish the police department. There's rules, there's bureaucracy, there's a state constitution, there's city rules, there's the way the boroughs function, the way that voting works, the way that city council, like there's all these things. He doesn't have the power to do everything. He can appoint a person. So who does he appoint? He appoints someone who kind of sucks. Sure. Oh, you can shit on him for that. Fine. If he had put someone in there that was like absolutely anti-cop, would the NYPD be cool now? No. But then following it up by saying, yes, he appointed this person, and really homelessness, the unhoused, we must care for the unhoused. Don't we care for the unhoused? And then following it up with this moralistic garbage afterwards that is, again, speaking to nobody, because everyone in his audience already agrees with this, but this does nothing. This is not talking. This is so stupid.
These days, now that the Mamdani admin has, tragically, restarted doing homeless encampment sweeps. And the criminalization of homelessness is just one particularly cruel
New York is not a house. And even a house doesn't work like this. I have 2 kids and a wife and dog and a cat. And things happen where they happen, and there's only so much to be done. Our house is complicated, and that's 4 people and 2 little dumb animals. 6 dumb animals, depending on how you look at it. New York is one of the most dense, complex, wealthy / poor cities in the fucking world. And the idea that homelessness is like a choice, or that he doesn't have to deal with the realities of the situation he's in, is insane to me. Do you just look at Trump and go, oh, that's the way to do it. We just need our dictator in charge? Because that's not how this works. Either you hate democracy, which you do. That's fine. A lot of people do. You hate democracy. You don't actually believe in democracy fundamentally. Or you understand that this is how capitalism is functioning. And the absolute wealth inequality has created the unhoused problem in New York. He doesn't have a budget to do a lot of things with. What can he do? Well, you can't let people just die on the fucking street in New York. And they do, by the way, a lot. And when you have price of land and the commodity status of shelter coming together in so many ways, in so much massive explosion of what it is, the power of a municipality is not exactly extensive. What the fuck is... Have you walked through New York? New York... Bill Hicks has a bit where he talks about the reason he smokes is because he's been to New York, and if he didn't, he'd smell things. Hey, honey, wait a second. That smells like urine. Wait, is that a dead fella? That is a dead fella over there behind those piles of trash. If you haven't walked around New York, real shit. The thing that's complicated here is you have millions of people of a stratified capitalist nightmare class, and multiple class, however you want to look at it, and a lot of people who are undocumented. You have a lot of people who are mentally unwell. You have a lot of criminals. What do you say? Well, you're mayor. Can't you do more? No, actually, he really fucking can't. He really can't, actually. And unless everyone else decided to back him and elect a whole bunch of people and then, help enforce that and, start going into these positions to change things, relying on one dude to do all this is disgusting. And again, neutering. This neutralizes people's investment in any of this. This is gross shit. This is gross shit.
Facet of this problem. The NYPD's also shown it's a problem in the way they've been collaborating with ICE.
Video shows ICE agents dragging a man outside of Wyckoff Heights Medical Center. We're working to find out why ICE took him into custody, but the NYPD says it had no involvement in this operation.
You may have heard about this already, but on May 2nd, NYPD arrested and used force against New Yorkers protesting ICE as the agency was arresting an undocumented immigrant in Bushwick. From what we know, ICE and the NYPD didn't coordinate ahead of time, so no laws were broken or anything.
So, okay. That's a weird... This is why I really think people need to spend a long time doing actual, like, the annoying, boring logic stuff. And I'm still learning it myself. I'm an old man, and I'm still doing it and being corrected by you fuckers out there. There's a few people who are very, very good at it. Because logic is complicated, but it is how we're able to go, hey, you said a weird thing because of X, Y, and Z. There's an inference there you shouldn't have made.
He says it had no involvement in this operation.
You may have heard about this already, but on May 2nd, NYPD arrested and used force against New Yorkers protesting ICE as the agency was arresting an undocumented immigrant in Bushwick. From what we know, ICE and the NYPD didn't coordinate ahead of time, so no laws were broken or anything.
Fuck you again. Again, this is why these people are not leftists. These are reactionaries in kind clothing trying to get laid or whatever. Just gross. The protest that this was about was exactly about whether laws were being broken. The sanctuary question is the point. That is the point. And it is not a settled point by any stretch in New York at all. The thing Mamdani said for this is he went out of his way. He was like, oh no, they didn't coordinate with ICE at all because we're a sanctuary city and we don't do this. You shouldn't hand him anything. He hasn't proven that, by the way. I'm just, take my word on this. I've been watching ICE a little bit. It's a little thing. Lady Addis, thank you very much. I'll get to your quote as soon as I'm done ranting. The entire point here is that Mamdani didn't do enough and that he could have done more. This is a really weird statement to make, and it's a bullshit statement. Lady Addis says, I agree, there's only so much Mamdani and others can do, and solo positions takes longer term multi-year program to unwind these issues. Yes, it does, and thank you very much for the $5.
But that didn't stop officers on the scene aiding the US Gestapo as they dragged a handcuffed, clearly injured guy out of a hospital and pepper sprayed anybody getting in their way. The NYPD went so far as arresting and shoving protesters and even changing a tire on ICE's car so that they could get away. Facilitating ICE's operations like this is clearly not what should be happening with a socialist in charge, and it seriously undermines Zohran's supposed commitment to keeping New York a sanctuary city. Bottom line, by refusing to rein in the NYPD, Zohran puts a lot of New York's most over-policed and vulnerable communities at risk.
Yep, there it is. There you go. This is a fucking clown. This is a fucking clown. Clown-headed asshole fuck. Here's how this works. Okay? And we're just gonna paint him up as we go because I want to make sure we get it right. Okay? He refused to rein in the NYPD with all of that money and all that power he has. Do you remember that? Do you remember all that money and power he has? No, what you're advocating for is a different city and a different democratic structure and a different budgetary structure, right? You're not advocating for Mamdani to do anything because there's nothing Mamdani can actually fucking do. Can you name one of the things he could actually fucking do? No, I don't think you can. Pretty sure you can't. That's not how it works. Don't think you can. Don't think that's how you go at all. So we're going to get a little blue. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. And then we get a little boop, 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 boop. And different police unions. Yes. Like all of it. The entire point here. Like it's exactly that. It's the entire thing. Oh, fire Tish. Get rid of the people who have put her in, and all of the political cash that she comes with. Fund all of this other shit, right? Like this entire other thing is an axiomatic, fundamental, broken way to misunderstand all of these things. The techno-bureaucratic bullshit, which is what is going to happen here. I already know it. I already know the direction. Oh, he just needs to do more with, the money he has and just fire half of the police, which would not certainly be a problem for him at all. Right. That wouldn't end up very bad. That's never turned into a problem in New York. Oh, wait. No, he actually needs to maintain power, especially as he's growing and doing things. Oh, fuck. I just joined and I find Brooks has turned someone into a clown. No. Second thought made himself a clown. I just felt like painting.
This was already a bit of concern when he ran, but the fact that he backtracked on defunding the police and planned to keep Tish in charge was supposed to be balanced by things like the Department of Community Safety.
Yeah, it's the same thing. DCS and all this other shit.
And that this is an appointment that I would make in tandem with delivering on the agenda that we put forward over the course of the primary. That's an agenda that will create a Department of Community Safety.
Yep.
That is an agenda that will ensure that we are dismantling the strategic response group as the way the NYPD responds to protests. And it's an agenda that understands that safety and justice have to be delivered together. The most important thing.
See, what you would need to show me, second thought, and you won't because you're garbage. You have to actually show me that Zoran did nothing. You're saying he did nothing because nothing was at the end of it, as far as you're concerned. I would argue that if we go back in time when we had a different mayor in New York, all of these things were far, far, far fucking worse. So actually, we can talk about what he did do. And if you think he didn't want to or didn't try or that he wasn't pushing for these things, you need to do more to not say Zoran is the problem, because he is not. Voters need to vote. This is America, is America. We vote for who we vote for. This is it. Oh, they're voting for stupid people. Yes, you are. You are. You as people. We all are. We vote for idiots. Grow up, make votes happen, you shithead. God damn it.
Is that we only ask those officers to do the work of policing, as opposed to now, we're asking them to also take on the homelessness crisis, the mental health crisis, so many different examples of the failures of the social safety net. That's going to be the focus of the Department of Community Safety.
If Tish wasn't going anywhere, at least cops would be less of a nuisance. But so far, the SRG is still there, Tish is still beating on protesters and the homeless, and the DCS is little more than an office with no budget.
Yeah. Do you understand how budgets happen, you shithead? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Also, I don't back the idea of the DCS, just so you know. DCS is not a thing I would support. But hey, he promised to do it. He's trying to do it. That's great. This office with no budget. He just made $500 million. What's he doing with that? Oh, well, he's actually doing some things in there. Oh, you're not going to talk? Okay, let's just keep going. Shut the fuck up, Brooks.
Now, I'll admit, we're still in the early days, and I hope I'm proven wrong.
You've already been proven wrong. You're terrible. This is terrible. And again, if you're trying to find a counter nihilism in what Mamdani's done after everything he has already done that has fundamentally helped people in New York and will continue to change how people get votes, the entire DSA quadrant of New York that fucking got voted in, which is crazy. The amount of money that fucking AIPAC spent, let alone the billionaires, is crazy, and they got fucked. So Zoran is like the fucking harbinger of a lot of things that are changing across this country. But hell, this one thing that means I don't understand how government works. I mean, what? Can we not trust anybody?
But things like this hint at a bigger problem.
No, they don't. They really don't. They don't. This is the bigger problem. Is capitalism. You fucking moron.
We knew the minute Mamdani got into office, he'd have to contend with the establishment. Establishment Democrats, New York's elite.
No, that's not. Oh my God.
Holdovers from the last administration. No one expected the mayor of a single city, no matter how committed he was or how big that city is, to deliver a socialist transformation overnight, free of any resistance or compromise.
Except you literally just did. You literally just did. You literally just did, you fucking asshole.
I'll even say that the way Zoran has worked with the establishment has been, for the most part, strategic and efficient. NYPD stuff notwithstanding, compromising with Hochul delivered free childcare and a luxury homes tax. Putting on a good show for Trump staved off the worst of ICE and reversed some deportations.
So, ICE is not a win? I'm sorry, is a win? I mean, not a win? I mean, is a win? Second thought is a fascist? Oh, absolutely. Second thought is focused on the moralistic claims of a single person rather than understanding or caring about systemic issues at large, and is utilizing moralistic tone overall to create judgment and impotence in an audience that he then asks for money personally because he's creating that impotence and then is able to drive that directly into his own pocket. It is the fucking definition of fascizing language across the board. Nothing here is anything else.
In these compromises, Mamdani is sticking to his word. His goal is delivering on his program so that New York can lead by example and can't be dismissed in future elections across the country as just another failed socialist experiment. Socialists running for office need to be trusted. This is clearly a good priority. Okay, new outfit because...
So, hey, just so you know, this is awful. This is awful. So by that last bit, the way he worded it...
Another failed socialist is sticking to his word. His goal is delivering on his program so that New York can lead by example and can't be dismissed in future elections across the country as just another failed socialist experiment. Socialists running for office need to be trusted. This is clearly a good priority.
Good. Then you agree with him on the Tisch thing then. Like that's then you agree with him on the Tisch thing. But you don't, because what you want is the ability for you to presage. This is the stuff that happened with Plattner with a lot of people. Not everyone has their different judgments, but there was a vein with the Plattner stuff where people were like they're doing with, like he's doing with Mamdani, and you can see it. And you can see this with anyone who tries to do anything in politics that's even slightly good. People will find little places to like store their own resentment. Oh, you got a little pocket here? Good. Carry that with you. And then I'm going to add a little bit more here and here. And over time, they do that so that way later they can go, oh, look, oh my God, look, obviously this is where this was going. I was right the whole time. It gives them the ability to future think. Ray Kurzweil. If you don't know who Ray Kurzweil is a scam artist who talks about technology, yet is mentally kind of not all there. And he's really big amongst techno bro stupid people. And the biggest thing he talks about is this idea of the singularity, that all technology is going to eventually become the single point and take over and blah, 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 all this dumb shit. Nick Land, accelerationist, trash adjacent. But if you ever see him talk, the first thing he does in all of his talks, and it was the first time I'd ever seen him, he gave a talk, I can't remember where it was CES or some shit. He spends 10 minutes at the beginning of every talk explaining all the times he was right about things. Now, of course, does he tell you all the times he was wrong? No. But he does couch them as not wrong, as not right yet. And that's what this video is. This is setting up hey, I am hoping for the best, but I'm preparing for the worst. This is the double movement of capitalism. Do you guys know the double movement of capitalism? It's really amazing. Sounds like someone sucks. Ray Kurzweil sucks hard. But here's the double movement of capitalism. We're going to find, and we have let's talk about our sort of limit of things. The limit of how we understand the world, we're going to push against it, and we're going to push it out slightly. But then it expands. Capitalism will expand. We're going to hope for the best, but then we're going to actually do our best to contract back in to the inner, where we're able to have our stability and we're able to know this base level's where we're at. This is the double movement of capital. And that's what we just saw him do. I'm hoping for the best, but just in case later on I need to be right, I am now right. I have made a video critiquing him in the best way possible. And it's like, come on, you fucking asshole. It's insane. It's insane.
Okay, new outfit because I don't remember what I was wearing in the first part of the video and I'm not going to check. Also, if there are a lot of jump cuts in this section, it's because it's very stormy out there and there's some thunder, so I'm going to cut around that. Now, this is not where the video was meant to end. To tell you the truth, we had this episode most of the way done, but I wanted to add something last minute after the primaries, which just happened. Now, originally, I was going to get on my high horse and complain that Mamdani was, he was doing well, but slowly drifting away from his base. And
there you go. Fucking reveal it. Just tell us all about it, you shithead.
And the DSA. After a few months, the videos from the mayor's office felt like they were wasting his talent for mobilizing. Zohran kept getting wins. That's great. But more and more of them were being diluted thanks to either the budget deficit or his alliances with the establishment.
Yeah, what an awful person.
That is concerning. We don't want that becoming the norm.
Concerning. Elon Musk. It's an Elon Musk quote. Concerning. Don't ever say it. Just don't ever say that. There's no point.
And
who likes Second Thought? Millions. People spend money to watch him. Can you believe that shit?
To avoid that, we know we need more socialists in office and pressure from below. But we were losing the energy of the campaign's 100,000 volunteers.
Are you... What? Have you not... We just had a fucking ton of wins in New York. When were you making this video? 3 years ago?
And I know that's normal after any election, but even right after Mamdani won, New York DSA signups flatlined at 2,000, and we were seeing promising socialists in New York either not getting endorsed or getting straight up sidelined. It started to feel like we won one important election.
Hear the wording? Prominent. In other words, the establishment of the DSA, the establishment of the... I hate this so much.
And that was going to be it. The ladder was being pulled up. We weren't building the alternative after all. And everything was going to hang on Mamdani not betraying us. Well, I'm genuinely happy to report that, at least as of right now, that's not what's happening. In the most recent primaries...
I don't think I could hate him anymore now. So he literally is doing the video, hey, this could be really bad. It's turning out quite good, but this could be very bad. Now understand, I am a smart person you need to listen to. There, let me fix this so you can... Hello, everyone. I come to you with possibly concerning news about Zohran Mamdani. See, I know he's done a lot of really extraordinary things. Pre-K care for children. He's really opened up a lot of doors for a lot of people. He's fundamentally changed how taxation may work inside of the city. But I have concerns. They're not really grounded in anything. I don't really have a reason to believe in any of these things. There's not anything driving that other than my own, moralistic self-judgment and resentment and the need for myself to feel like I'm smarter than everyone and I can't just enjoy life for even 2 seconds. But also, I want to put a lot of power into a single man, because if I blame capitalism and if I talk about the system at large, well, then I won't be able to talk about me being important, and then you won't have to give me money, because if it's systemic, then what the fuck is the point? So no. Mamdani is personally responsible for everything good or bad that I decide he's personally responsible for, without any direct correlation or causation or understanding of how any of these systems work. And that way, if everything goes wrong, you know that I was right. That's my second thought video. I hate this person in every single way. Just terrible.
In New York, Mamdani endorsed candidates won, and in most cases, they won big. I can tell you firsthand that friends in the...
It's almost like you were wrong and you don't know what you're talking about. That you set out to make... When did this video come out? 1 second. When did this video fucking come out? This is going to upset me, actually. This video came out on the... This video came out yesterday. So wait. Okay. So we have... I'm so fucked up over this. Okay. So he is saying, hey, like this is insane, by the way. You are what a waste of a human being. So this video that is, I don't know, how many minutes long is it? What was I doing here? It's 16 minutes. Fuck, dude. My dude. Okay. So this video we'll just do the timeline on here. Okay. We'll do it on his timeline. Okay. Timeline. And here is the video's release. Okay. He decided to write this video and to do this video critiquing Mamdani. Now, we don't know what day it was, but we do know that today is the 17th. 1 sec. The 17th. Oh, shit. Come on. 17th of July. Okay. So this video, which is incredibly simple and not very interesting as a thing, we know it's not last week he decided. We know it's not the week before that, or the week before that, or the week before that, because on the 23rd of June, that's this moment that he's talking about. It's 4 weeks ago. It's 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago that he realized that these people won. Which means he started this video at least, I mean, if this edition right here took him 4 weeks to figure out how to do, because the video wasn't supposed to end here, this is a 2-month-long video for 16 minutes. I am stunned. What an embarrassing pile of shit human being. Just awful. And he still chose to publish it. Yep.
The city had an incredibly easy time knowing who to vote for this year, even down ballot, thanks to Zohran's endorsements. And in the races that Zohran hadn't said anything about, in most cases DSA had a candidate they put forward, and people pretty much knew that was the same thing. Now, I don't know what kind of numbers Mamdani's team's looking at. Maybe we could have gone further and
maybe it's not just Mamdani's team. What a fucking hack piece of shit, man. What a loser. I hate all these people so much, man. It's so tiring. He just has a team do most of the videos and he just reads the scripts. This is the least people can have the conversation around. Like, it's incredibly pathetic. I want stupid. I want to be able to turn my brain off. Well, I can't right now. I'm going to go get some water. I will return shortly. Let's see. Let's watch One Dime. I'm not going to watch more One Dime. One Dime's the worst fucking podcast. It's just the worst fucking podcast. Here, we'll do a couple new of the shitty anti-Oedipus video. I did 2 more. We'll see if you guys like it. I'll be back in a moment. I asked for the worst. I did ask for the worst. What is it? I just need brain rot. gone. That's what I don't. Wait, did you message it to me? Whoa, the one-time one that's in the playlist. Oh. Oh, God, the castration culture one? Oh, Theory Underground. Oh, God. I know it's in there. All right, well, I know. I'll watch. For right now, enjoy the 2 versions of the opening of Anti-Oedipus. I enjoy this shit. I'll be right back.
It is at work everywhere, functioning smoothly at times, at other times in fits and starts. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits and fucks. What a mistake to have ever said the it. Everywhere it is machines, real ones, not figurative ones. Machines driving other machines, machines being driven by other machines, with all the necessary couplings and connections. An organ machine is plugged into an energy source machine. One produces a flow that the other interrupts. The breast is a machine that produces milk, and the mouth a machine coupled to it. The mouth or the anorexic wavers between several functions. Its possessor is uncertain as to whether it is an eating machine, an anal machine, a talking machine, or a breathing machine. Hence, each with his little machines. For every organ machine, an energy machine. All the time flows and interruptions. Judge Schraber has sunbeams in his eyes, a solar anus, and rest assured that it works. Judge Schraber feels something, produces something, and is himself a product of something produced. The self and the non-self, outside and inside, no longer have any meaning whatsoever, since subjective and objective are merely terms that designate products. A schizophrenic out for a walk is a better model than a neurotic lying on the analyst couch. A breath of fresh air, relationship with the outside world, laughter. The schizoanalytic venture has no other goal to unleash these flows in a controlled and guided manner, controlled not by an authoritarian figure. Through a love of the schizophrenic experience, the schizoanalyst ceases being a judge of being, the being of being, and becomes a mechanic, an artisan. The schizophrenic experiences the glories of the machine, not in its technical aspect, but in its technical aspect. Also, because he is also an engineer, an electrician, but in the aspect of the machine. Schizophrenia is desiring machine, not technical machine, not social machine, not total machine, and above all, it is not a metaphor. There is no such thing as metaphor. Metaphor is a disease, metaphor is an illusion, metaphor is a hallucination. There is no such thing as metaphor. The positive task consists of describing the machinic somebody.
Oh yeah, it's terrible, awful, wonderful, hard to say. I asked her to do one as if Korn, nu metal, right? One sec, let me see. We'll play that real quick.
at work everywhere, functioning smoothly at times, at other times in fits and starts. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits and fucks. What a mistake to have ever said that. Everywhere it is machines, real ones, not figurative ones. Machines driving automatic.
I get a kick out. I don't give a fuck. I get a kick out of it. Disturbed, Korn, new metal. Yeah, if you have requests, I'm happy to do them. I've got a lot of versions. I'm happy to do those. The Swan Core. I don't even know what that is. I fucking love learning new things. What is, or are you fucking with me? And it's like, what's Swan Core? Oh, literally the first video is like a meme about what Swan Core is, like weird shit. I think I can do a Swan. I think I can make a Swan Core of this. Let me find out. Yeah, I mean, that's doable. Mm-hmm. Swan Core. Let's see. What Swan Core band? What would be the band then? That would be my first question. What would be the band? Swan Core. Dance, Gavin, dance. Let me at least hear it first. Zoran Core. See how you people, I can't tell if you people are fucking with me. Dance, Gavin, dance is a real thing, and I can't tell. No, I'm not doing one. Screamo, no. No. I'm not doing Screamo. It's I have a moral issue there. Yeah, that's too much. It's gonna be a no. It's popular with us 20-somethings. Children. You mean children, right? New tree time. Moral issue? Yeah, Screamo. I already have an ICP version. If you haven't heard it, the ICP version is the one where I went, I stopped giving a fuck that it's AI, because it just makes me smile in like the right way. It's horrifying. It's really the worst one because it's so good.
It is at work everywhere, functioning smoothly at times, at other times in fits and starts. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits and fucks.
What a mistake if I've ever said the bit. Everywhere it is machines, real ones, not figurative ones. Machines driving other
That's
machines,
horrifying. That's horrifying. It's so good, it is breaking my brain. It's easily one of the best ones, and it's like, yeah, like I to the point where like I almost just went, I'm just gonna do the whole book this way. So if I could, that'll be on Spotify. Insane Clown Posse reads Anti-Oedipus. I bet I could get him to do it too. I bet I can get him to go, that's fine. This is what it looks. This is the Abyss. Pretty close. Pretty close. Pretty close. It's they're all. I did one. This was Clutch. Style of Clutch, not Clutch exactly.
It is at work everywhere, functioning smoothly at times, at other.
And yes, it had me talk for 30 seconds. Like I'm genuinely impressed with the tech. I'm sorry. Fucking, it's impressive.
Everywhere it is machines, real ones, not figurative ones. Machines driving other machines, machines being driven by other machines. With all the necessary couplings and connections, an organ machine is plugged into an energy source machine. The one produces a flow that the other interrupts. The breast is a machine that produces milk, and the mouth a machine coupled to it. The mouth of the anorexic wavers between several functions. Its possessor is uncertain as to whether it is an eating machine, an anal machine, a talking machine, or a breathing machine. Asthma attack, hence we are all handymen, each with
I mean, it's fucking hard to be angry at it. James Brown, though, that's fire. That's a fire one. I want the most ridiculous I can get. That's like, I don't want it to be like, oh, have it be like Morgan Freeman. Like, I don't want that stupid shit. Let's see. James Brown. Talking Heads could be good. And then there's the other Clutch one, which I liked a little bit more.
it is at work everywhere, functioning smoothly at times, at other times in fits and starts. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits and fucks.
It's pretty solid. And then
it is at work everywhere, functioning smoothly at times, at other times in fits and starts. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits and fucks. What a mistake to have ever said everywhere it is machines.
I got a kick out of it. I find this stuff fascinating to no end. And then the Boom Bap. It's the other one that's just great.
It is at work everywhere, functioning smoothly at times, at other times in fits and starts. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits and fucks. What a mistake to have ever said everywhere it is machines. Real ones, not figurative ones. Machines driving other machines, machines being driven by other machines.
It's yeah, incredibly silly and very odd. All right. The rap one is yeah. Oh, you think it wouldn't work in metal? OTEP. Let's try OTEP. Ooh. All right. Let's see what I got here. Talking Heads one's terrible. That just turned into rap. I have to spend time with it. It's not great. You have to spend a lot of time with it, but again, it's silly enough that you can just do that shit in the background. It's pretty easy. I get a kick out of it, which is all I care about, really. There it goes. All right.
There's a certain type of image that we seem unable to define, but which we nonetheless continually return to. What is interesting about liminal spaces is that
I don't care. There, let's turn my brain off
My
completely.
main grievance with Marxism isn't the economics. It isn't the authoritarianism either, though there is plenty to criticize on both fronts. My issue with Marxism is mainly spiritual and metaphysical. Marxists, both historically and currently, claim to be liberated from religious dogma. They are materialist, meaning if something can...
If you claim, if you are going to tell me that the angel that is Serge screams and doesn't sing, I am not able to have a conversation with you about music. The angel, the angelic voice of that man,
not be empirically measured, it is not real. And anyone who claims otherwise,
this is going to be bad. This is going to be real bad,
is an agent of capitalist oppression. But whether they realize it or not, they still serve forces beyond human comprehension. I can say, rather confidently, that Marxists worship the demiurge. And for those of you unfamiliar with the occult tradition of Gnosticism, the demiurge is a false god who rules over the physical realm. His goal is explicit: to keep souls trapped in the material so that they never return to heaven. The demiurge is a jailer who tells people to worship their own jail cell. That, to me, is the spiritual instinct at the heart of Marxism. Marxism tells a man that he is not a timeless soul, momentarily incarnated in human flesh, but a worker whose life exists to serve as a node in a machine.
That's not what Marxism does.
The issue with this is that the human being does not see himself as a worker. Nobody looks in the mirror and says...
I mostly am making jokes about Screamo. If you haven't noticed, I occasionally make excessively large statements, especially when I make when I say I have moral issues with something that absolutely... I don't have moral issues with things that actually are moral issues to people, let alone Screamo. I mean, fucking, no.
Says, yes, I am an interchangeable economic unit whose entire being can be reduced to class dynamics. Whether the human being outwardly admits it or not, he knows he is something greater than a hungry primate in search of his next meal. So the Marxist tells him his salvation will come through politics and wealth redistribution.
No.
But politics does not tell a man how to cope with his dying child. Wealth redistribution does not tell a man why he should forgive his father's cruelty. Frankly, Marxism fails to tell a man why he should endure suffering at all.
Oh, no, it doesn't. I mean, also, it's not really meant for that. He's absolutely right. I'm a Marxist. I have a shrine to Altamont in my bathroom.
Historically, that has been the role of spirituality. People often claim that spirituality was an archaic tool of understanding nature. We didn't understand why it rained, so we said Zeus made it rain. But that was only part of it. The greater utility was that it gave human beings a way to find meaning in the most abysmal aspects of being alive. Aspects that cannot be solved by economics. Let's say a young mother gives birth to a child with severe birth defects. Telling her, "Don't worry, the socialized medical system will take care of him," does not actually help her cope with the psychological horror of creating a life that will live in agony. That is a metaphysical wound, and materialism has no tools to address that. And that is why I do not experience Marxism as merely mistaken. I experience it as spiritually hostile. Because once a worldview treats matter as ultimate, anything that points beyond matter becomes a threat.
It's not really a threat, it's just stupid.
Priests, monks, mystics, monasteries, temples, and shrines. All of those represent a rival account of reality. They imply that a human being is more than their productive function. They imply that suffering is not merely a technical problem to be fixed by wealth redistribution. They imply that the state is not ultimate, that labor is not a person's value, and that appetite is not the main driver of history.
Somehow, this is better than second thought.
And that is exactly why Marxist systems, when given real power, so often turn on the spiritual, with an almost compulsive violence and aggression. The Bolsheviks took power in 1917, and by the end of 1923, they'd already killed 2,700 Orthodox priests, 3,400 Orthodox nuns, and 2,000 Orthodox monks. These were people of God. The Metropolitan Vladimir of Kiev tortured and shot in 1918. Metropolitan Benjamin of Petrograd. He was given a show trial and executed by a firing squad in 1922, all because he wouldn't let the Bolsheviks loot church relics. Then you get to the Great Purge of 37 and 38, and the numbers.
Yes, there's a thesis. He's going through and making his point. He's validating the point and building it up. This is better than most YouTube video essays. Enjoy that.
Go absolutely insane. Soviet archives show over 106,000 Orthodox clergy and monastics were executed. The NKVD literally had quotas for killing, quote, churchmen. Alexander Yakovlev, this is a former Politburo member who actually accessed the KGB archives after the USSR fell, confirmed that they shot over 85,000 priests in 1937.
I am pretty sure there weren't that many priests. Anyone want to just gauge in like that year, were there 85,000 priests?
Alone. Over 85,000 in 1 year. So it's one thing to say, we disagree with your superstitious beliefs. It's another thing to murder people by the tens of thousands over it. And Marxism, historically, had a knack for that.
Yeah. That's fun. That was a nice, like, divergence. I'm gonna try and knock out a bunch of videos tonight. Oh no. That in the bottom right there is, this is, how long is this? 20 minutes?
Hi there. I just had an article published in an e-zine called Logline. And I'd just like to read a version of it to you now because I think the content of this is very important. It's about AI, and I know there's been so many op-eds and YouTube videos about AI, so at this point probably 6.
One sec. I think he is going to read from it, but need to find the actual article if I can. And it's not going great. That's not this piece. Joshua Scamell, 2 L's. We'll do that. Okay. On the question of AI. I don't have a setup that lets me peer into the description of this video, so I don't know if it's Josh from Xbox Live. This is the article I'm riffing on is published in Logline's July issue, out soon. It's not even out right now. Wait, Logline? That's Hollywood shit. Wait, What the fuck? What is this?
Of it, but I have something to say and I'd like you to hear it. So AI tools have been publicly available since at least 2023, but as a professional judge for screenplay contests as well as a independent screenplay consultant, 2026 is the year that I really noticed AI writing in a huge way. And this isn't just me saying this is also really becoming mainstream in a way that it wasn't in 2025 or 2024. The publishing world has seen a handful of these high-profile scandals where works that are suspected of being AI written or at least AI assisted have won contests, prestigious contests. Now, as someone who works on the inside of these contests, this puts these contests in a really strange place, right? Because there are tools that can give you an estimate of whether something is AI written or not, but there's no sure way of knowing. It's just guessing. So readers are in this paranoid state because obviously we don't want to.
I just deleted my Reddit account because it's the second or third person in like 2 days just basically dismissed what I wrote them as that I used AI. Like it's probably for the best. Like fuck Reddit, but there's a shift for me. I think there's a sadness in the paranoiac position that we're now in, that now we know these tools are out there and it's being used to dismiss even more. It's not that, oh, here's why this is a bad article. Like even using AI to debunk what you think is an AI article would be at least something, because that's at least generating new. Instead, it's just straight up dismissing and creating these weird walled gardens that are really problematic. It's very frustrating. Yeah, even if it's AI, then that means you're losing to AI. And it's the kind of thing where it's like, again, I get that people have their moral objections and all of that. It's so fucking lame. But the position now is to be so nervous about it. And it makes me sad. It makes me sad.
Give awards to AI written materials. Why would we? That's embarrassing. And yet a lot of these AI isms.
What if it's a great script? I mean, let's go with like the most bleeding heart lefty version of it. There is a quadriplegic who can't write and is also mostly mute, is only able to get a prompt in, and they're able to, over the course of weeks and weeks and weeks, ChatGPT helps them write a fucking script of a story they have that they've been wanting to tell. Is that fuck that guy? Like, and if the answer is no, which of course it's not, like that's at least it would be interesting. I'd want to see what the fuck this person would make who could never have written a script before. But like, just take it for what it is.
The tells have sort of seeped into our.
Isn't there a practical objection due to the effort needed to refute or verify an argument or work? If, let's just say it's, let's say that's the objection. Oh, you didn't take any time with it. If I just copy and paste a fucking 3 paragraphs out of Anti-Oedipus in there, is that not worth refuting? Why is my time determinant of whether or not an argument is good or bad for you? Why are you not able to create from whatever you have in front of you to build on that?
Popular language and the way people write even when they're not using AI tools. So it's becoming harder and harder to tell. Except for those of us who read for a living. If you read for a living and you've been doing it for a few years before 2026, you probably saw the change like I did. And it's also probably pretty obvious when something is AI written because you just see the same tropes over and over. There's no way of knowing for sure if something is written by AI, but listen, we can tell.
I actually don't know that's true. I actually don't believe that's true anymore. I think there's some layers too. Like, I think there's shitty versions of it, but it's the same thing that you can tell when someone like is just copying out of other stuff. Like, I honestly don't think you can actually tell. I think you can tell when people are doing it badly. I don't think you can tell otherwise. I don't think anyone can, actually. I really don't.
Some of these tells are very known already. People online are talking about them. Things like inanimate objects humming, the use of parenthetical M dashes, the use of
And I know a lot of people, parenthetical M dashes is the norm in academia. There's a reason it's in there. It's not in there because of some weird quirk. It's very particular. And now, like, again, you'll see people go, oh, look, M dash, and then just toss the entire article out.
metaphors and similes that don't quite make sense, or it's like you really got to stop and go, huh, and think about it for a bit and go, yeah, I guess so. You also see a lot of the
I know a lot of humans who don't do well with metaphors.
Not X, not Y, but Z style grammatical constructions. AI doesn't like this kind of sentence. It doesn't love this kind of sentence. It adores this kind of sentence.
Yeah.
I've also noticed in screenplay in particular, there's a lot of description of what people's bodies are doing in reaction. I know a lot of like normal writers will say things like, oh, he slumped his shoulders. Oh, his shoulders relaxed. You know, in a movie, it's really like this to that. You know, it's not like it's a weird thing to put in a screenplay. And AI loves to do things like that. It'll always talk about, oh, her spine stiffened. Oh, her spine relaxed. Oh, his chest tightened. Oh, and AI just loves.
This just sounds like a bad
fragments.
writer.
Something you'll see really often. When a character walks in, a new character, it'll go like this. Name of the character, age, and then bold, energetic, wearing a blue flannel shirt. 3 sentence fragments that are adjectives or compound adjectives in a row. When you enter a new environment, the description will do something similar for the environment, but instead of adjectives, it'll be nouns. So it'll be like, oh, a stack of books, a plant crawling up the wall, a poster of Rush on the wall. Just 3, sometimes 2, sometimes 4, usually 3 standalone details to give you a kind of sketch of the environment. Oh, and it loves to say, that lands, or those words hit true, or something like that after a hard-hitting line of dialogue. Obviously, AI's getting it from somewhere. Humans do write this way occasionally. But it's when you see all of these things, or many of them, in the same piece of writing that it just becomes very obvious. The list could really just keep growing.
He's speaking to the way that these patterns, it's not 1 or 2 of them. He's talking about all of them in a single piece. And yeah, it's are we learning to identify AI writing or narcissist? It's really tough to say. And again, at this point, I think a lot of these things are with I am willing to bet if I were to use Fable, the latest one from Claude, and actually have it write like a very short screen, you wouldn't be able to tell. Like, I think we're beyond being able to tell fundamentally. Which again, I like because I want the internet to die. But
I could give you examples of more things, but I don't want this to be a training ground for you to, preen your AI written materials of all these tells so that it's less obvious that you used AI. That is not my goal here. I'm trying to change your mindset so that the use of AI tools no longer makes sense. Okay, so here's a sad truth that most of you probably already know, which is that most people who write books will never see them published. Most people who write screenplays will never sell a screenplay, or even if they do sell a screenplay,
the internet's going to die. Don't worry about it.
Likely they will not actually see their film on the big screen. However, everyone, and I mean everyone, who ever puts pen to paper or opens a blank document and starts typing will reap the benefits of that process. And the word process is the magic word here. That small percentage of writers who actually do achieve success and make money with their writing are people who have fallen madly in love with their process.
I actually really like this direction for this. I like this direction. Let's not focus on the output, because the output is irrelevant. The output's going to be getting better and better. You'll be able to create good stuff. But you're not going to be creating good stuff. The process in creation is where the brilliance of anything comes from. I have a published book I've made stuff that has been seen by many, many people, and I can tell you that the process of making it is what enabled it to be as great as it is. Because as you're making a thing, especially if you've done it a few times and you have a little bit under your belt, you will see problems. You will see things you didn't realize you didn't know, or things you were assuming. The process of creation is the point. That's the point. The end, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? I honestly, the end, I don't care. If you make something great, good. Make something great, because whatever you make, I'm going to do something with. I don't give a fuck. You make it with AI, make music with AI, make art with AI. I do not care. If I'm driven to make something out of it and do something with, I'm going to. I don't give a fuck where it came from or how it came from. I've never cared. I'll never care. If an AI writes a fucking gigantic tractus on Deleuze and Marx, and someone lies and says, hi, my name's August, and I'm going to publish this fucking this book under, I read it. If I get something from it and I end up building off of it, good. I don't care. Elaborate on the internet dying. Oh,
they don't give up when they...
The stuff he's talking about, the stuff we're talking about, the neurotic, I can't trust the thing I see anymore. And it's only getting worse and worse. You children may not remember. It's only been a few years, I know, but once upon a time, if I saw a picture of a really weird animal, my immediate experience, holy fuck, what's that? Because you could generally assume it was real. That's gone forever. My children will never experience that kind of joy at seeing the image or photo of an animal. That thing expanded to everything else. All gone. It's all going to die. Radical, now I'm lost? What are you lost on? Whatever you make, generate it. It comes out. I don't care. You should not do it with AI. But the output, I don't give a fuck about, because I'll be reading it and I'm going to use it to write, and I'm going to use it to build something, and I'm going to use it to do stuff with, and I'm probably going to fail with it a few times. If you haven't noticed, my latest essay, the final essay of this AI thing, didn't land last Friday. Didn't land the Friday before that. In fact, I've been working on it heavily for 4.5 weeks. Rewriting, redoing, trying to, oh fuck, I hate this, so this is too much, blah, blah, blah. All of this shit. Like, all of that, gone. All of that is the process. And it fundamentally makes everything I write better. It fundamentally makes everything I write better. Because I write and it's shit. And then you do it again and it's shit, and you'd go. And if, by the way, during that, I am often using other people. I'm asking questions. I am using sources. I'm using books. And if at some point people end up starting to use AI for figuring out sources or other things, I've talked about how I've used it for research, and I will continue to, because Google is a fucking broken mess of a nightmare. I don't really care what gets you to the point where you're actually creating something and failing. But if you're not actually doing it, you gain nothing from it. So I don't really, that's it. Make things. And if you're doing it with AI, great. I don't give a shit. And the output is not going to be anything anyone checks out, whatever. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. If it's, I'm learning how to make a better prompt, I really don't care. I don't fucking care. Create things. Create things. Create things. Please, people, create things. The process is so wonderful. It's so wonderful. If other people want to shortcut themselves, the process, their problem. Well, yeah, and it's not my judgment. I don't know what they're shortcutting. And I'm not going to sit and I'm not going to judge other creators. I know people who have outsourced parts of their writing, where they got a ghostwriter to do parts of it. Is that cheating? Yes. Is it? I don't know. No. Is the outcome of the book or the final product of the book less theirs? Do you want to fight over this stupid, dumb shit, or just read it and see, hey, this is a fucking good book or not? You wouldn't be streaming here without it. What are you doing then? It's not even in your own self-interest. I know. You think I care about my self-interest? Interesting.
Face rejection. At least not for long. Hey, if you get a little depressed at some point, that's fine. We all do. They learn how to integrate feedback.
I love how this argument is inspiring me to hate AI anymore. I'm right about just creating. I don't consider Gen AI to be creation. Sure. It's not. It can be. I have the example I'm going to keep going back to is my stupid song. Because,
Have you seen the lights? They sparkle and gleam.
So, just to explain sort of how this is set up, the editing I did with a couple really cool plugins. I really like them. Signal Culture, Google Signal Culture. A lot of really fun, stupid little plugins for live video and video sense stuff. But you can use Suno and others to generate stems. If you don't know what stems are or loops are or anything, that's fine. But I don't like the idea of just generating a whole song. I do it with the AO stuff because it makes me smile and laugh and clearly not serious. But if there's a part of me that's like, hey, I want to make music. So here's what my steps were with Ableton. I love Ableton. I used to do a lot of loops bullshit with like Fruity Loops back in the day. And it's AI generated. Well, this is the question. So my process was simple. I sat on Ableton and I took screenshots because I don't know how to use Ableton. I hadn't used the new one. And I took screenshots and I had Claude tell me how to I want to make a song that does X, Y, and Z. Walk me through the steps of how to do this because I don't know the interface. And it was like, oh, here, do this, add this, do this, go here. And the next screenshot and it shows me the next thing. And I make crappy song. And I did this for like a few weeks to learn how to use it. Beats the fuck out of YouTube tutorials, by the way. Completely beats the shit out of YouTube tutorials. You fundamentally do literally the thing and you're like, it's really useful. And I found it really stick with me better. So then I went, cool, I want to make a song that, plays into stuff like Macintosh Plus, a little bit of Vaporwave. I want to use some of that old stuff, but I don't have I'm not musical. And it was like, gave me a bunch of stuff. And I was like, okay, I need stems and I need loops. So here's ways I could have done this. In the old days, 100% what I would have done, and I know almost everyone who's in music would understand this, I would have pirated it. I would have pirated a bunch of loops, a bunch of stems, a bunch of music, and just fucking remixed it and done it. I wasn't feeling that though. Like I'm not musical enough to do that. So I went, well, I want these things and this sound in this one thing, specifically the, here, well, I'll let it play. God damn, it's been like a year. What is the wording I used? Basically what I ended up doing is I went and I had it generate just stems and a handful of loops for Ableton that I was able to put in and I was able to arrange and learn how to do it. So all of this music is 100% AI. Okay. When I say that, I'm not going to mince words. The stems were 100% AI generated in every way. And AI guided me on how these different plugins worked. I did have some really cool plugins that are not AI, that are just like really cool VST shit. And I have my modular synth set up and a whole bunch of spatial. I had a bunch of stuff to run this through. It was really fun. And I can take photos of it and how do I send the video through here? What do I do here? It was really cool. And that came back. And then I was like, okay, I'll adjust this. I moved things in Ableton. I didn't like this and I adjusted it. All of the stems and the singer, the lyrics are me. The lyrics are me, but the singer's not me, if you didn't know. So is this AI?
This endless mall tonight feels like I'm lost in a dream. Every shop is calling me. I just want to stay here, see. I could run through these halls forever if you like.
That's the hardest part of the song to get right was that, and I don't even know the words for it. I can't remember. I should find the old chat and see if I can figure it out. The thump where it hits dun, 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 dun. Like I wanted everything to land at once, but it's right off beat, very specific, and so I had to do that.
Be trapped in this mall together if you like.
It's just off. I love it.
I'd love to explore the corners if you like. The music plays so loud, guiding me where I go. In this vibrant crowd, do you feel it too though? Maybe I'm just here alone.
And that's I have a handful of really cool plugins from what is the company? I was going to work with them. They're amazing. One sec. I actually have. I wonder if I can actually. Yeah, let's mute you. Because they're actually really fucking good plugins. Like they're really fire. I think I can add one here. Yeah, I think I can. Because it's and it's it's if you don't know the company Output, they have a whole bunch of really crazy ones, but you can do insane shit with specifically Thermal and Portal. This was Portal, by the way. They have an AI thing. This is not their AI stuff. But this lets you do some really fun, stupid shit. And I'm just going to keep talking for a second. It's going to blow out, and I'm already sorry, everyone. Like, there's no getting around it. Yeah, audio got fucked. I know the audio got fucked. The audio, I'm putting in Portal. The plugin is doing. If you haven't heard of it, Portal and Thermal. Here, we're gonna just move this down.
And in the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people.
So this is Portal. Granular, and when they say granular, they're not fucking around. Granular synthesis, and it's a full VST setup. I'm gonna try. One second. I'm trying to have this set up right. Give me a second. Just be kind. I don't know how bad it's gonna be. Just give me a second. All right. This should be a little bit better. Okay, it's quiet. Okay. All right.
Let's see, how's this going now? It does really amazing stuff when you talk.
It can trace a lot of different things, and it comes out when it does. And it, of course, this is now full dry, okay? And you can do a lot of just crazy shit. It's super fun. Let me see if I can find, but they have an entire lo-fi one. Like, they have multiple ones that are just about lo-fi. And they're not necessarily good. This is chaos. It's pretty cool. It's not a gadget. See, it looks like it is. It's just a VST plugin. And you can do really crazy dumb shit with it. Let me see if I can actually, maybe I can, give me a second. I'm going to see if I can actually add a window for the plugin. 1 second. I'm going to see if I can add a window for the plugin actually on this screen. 1 second. Just so you can see a little bit, if I can. I'm not sure I can. No, doesn't look like it. It is not going to let me do that. No. That's okay. That's okay. This is called Bring It Slow. This one is called Digital Tape Toys. And that's chaos. It's weird. Thermal is very similar, same kind of thing. Really, really cool. Really wonderful. And everything is very granular in what you can do with it. And it is, I got a few copies of it because we were working with these guys. We were trying to work with these guys on a music thing. Their tech is incredible. They have a lot of stuff that's genuinely wonderful. Arcade is, again, I can't recommend Output enough. Super fun, but it's good for people like me who aren't, I'm not like pro. I know people who are pro people and they love it. The Trumpet Nexus should be off. Is it still going? Should be still, is it? It should be done. I don't hear it anyway. So, okay, good. It's off now. Good. The Thermal, if you want one specific, Thermal is the one that is really, this is the one I would primarily was using for it, I think. But anyway, there's like a lot of artifacting and a lot of things, and it's like, I added those. Great.
But I don't want to leave this zone. I could roam through these halls forever if you like. Be trapped in this mall together if you like. I'd love to explore the corners if you like.
And the video is just a bunch of mall walking and outdoor mall walking stuff layered on each other with a digital break. I had a lot of fun making it. But is it AI? Yeah, it's all AI, basically. It's all AI. Or not. You tell me. I say again, it's why I'm not precious with it. If you're emotionally moved by it, that's fantastic. I'm glad. I don't even remember. That was 2 computer refreshes ago, and it did not survive. I have problems. But it was, here, I think I can actually get close to it. 1 sec. Let's see. Let's do Thermal. You ready? All right. This is Lo-Fi Paradise. I use this in the AI videos. Right? It's the AI videos. You might be able to recognize it. It's the opening. This, and again, you can do so much. Gamer Noir, honest to God, if you want tomorrow or something on Discord, I'll sit and I'll fuck with this, and you can sit and like make adjustments because it's insane the level of like weird little things you can do with this whole thing. I adore it. I adore it, fundamentally. Really wish I could fucking show this, though. It's very frustrating that it doesn't let me show the actual window. That's fine. You can do a bunch of stuff, and then it's, let's see. Some of it is less good, more odd, interesting, and odd. And again, you can fucking turn it way up, way fucking down, way the fuck up. I love it. I love it. It's great. Super fun. I get a kick out of it. Would you share your opinions on plural identity? I would need to have a better understanding of what you're referring to when you talk about that. That hurts. Stop. I know. Let's see. Thoughts people had. People say AI generated. I think it assumes a lack of messing and playing with it. So stuff that's generated cannot fall under it. Yeah, I think people make this presumption when they're like, oh, it's AI generated. What they mean is a dude just went, give me a song that's like this, and out it comes. And I get that sucks. Like people who are multiple people, I don't know. I don't know. But I'm going to use the restroom and leave you with my song for a few moments. I'll return shortly.
Have you seen the lights? They sparkle and gleam. In this endless molten night, feels like I'm lost in a dream. Every shop is calling me. I just want to stay here, see. I could roam through these halls forever if you like. Be trapped in this mall together if you like. I'd love to explore the corners if you like. The music plays so loud, guiding me where I go. In this vibrant crowd, do you feel it too though? Maybe I'm just here alone, but I don't want to leave this zone. I could roam through these halls forever if you like. Be trapped in this mall together if you like. I'd love to explore the corners if you like. Every step's a mystery. Wonder what's beyond the next. Lost in this endless journey, every moment we connect. I could roam through these halls forever if you like. Be trapped in this mall together if you like. I'd love to explore the corners if you like.
I dig it. It's like I don't do a lot of songs, but it's the first time I went, I dig this. I really like that. It just hits me. It just hits me. It's solid. And it's a Signal Culture, which I'll send out as another note. If you guys don't know Signal Culture, I've donated a bunch. I will put them. That's weird. So Signal Culture, it's out of Loveland, Colorado, of all things. And it's literally a video synth sort of co-op. And this dude, Jason, really, it's Jason. It's Jason right there. Fucking super odd fucking bald dude, but fucking way smarter than you think. Like builds these cute little apps that literally just run, and donations required for them. But they literally do all these things. So like, for example, one sec. No, come on. No, we're not doing that. That's fine. We'll do this. Pixel Mesh, Signal Culture demo. So this is all their different stuff that they have. I'm just going to show you just really quick because he's such an odd cat. He really is. But the stuff he does is so ridiculously cool.
So you can also soften these keys, right? So on key white here, if I bring this up and I'm softening it, right, it'll have a very, very different feel than if it was fully down, which you have a little bit of a weirdness of the key there.
So you can see it's literally video synth software, which is awesome. I love it. I love Signal Culture. So fun, so interesting. Lame. Love them. Signal Culture. Kagi? DuckDuckGo is what's used in here because I don't want it connected to my Kagi account because you people ask me to search things and I don't want it in my Kagi search history. So, yeah. Of course, Google. I'd hate to keep my information from you. Motherfucking. Oh. Tradwife. Let's watch Tradwife video.
Liberals weren't content with just killing God. No, they wanted to kill traditional Christian values too. The American family is dead now, and it's all their fault. Doesn't it feel that way?
I pay for Kagi, so yes.
Especially when you look at the facts. It feels that way to me, doesn't it to you? Oh, I'm sorry. You have permission to speak. For 35 years, I was part of the problem.
I have not seen that yet. That's amazing. That's amazing.
A mouthpiece for the mainstream media, spewing their lies and kissing their feet, all while they turn me into something I'm not.
All right. Thank you, Zindu. Now we get to find out what the fuck happens. All books and all videos are in there. Pink are the videos. Yep. A couple more made it out. Happy day. Oh, another. 109 remain. We're going to go until there's 20. The Pachinko library is finally working, yes. The vibe coding only gets you so far, it turns out. You actually have to know how to do a couple things, and it sucks. 32 made it through. Oh, one more bounced. So if someone donates $50, it forces me to do whatever the fuck chance gives us. So it's all the content in the machine right now. All right, now they fight. They kill each other. I'm praying for good theory. There's some very bad theory in there. That's right there down here. This is the Tartaria books. I don't want that. We're going to finish InfoWars regardless. Don't worry. But, oh. And it's of course I had to make it. That's the ring closes and kills everyone. We're not going to read the erstwhile, are we? We are going to we're going to read the erstwhile. Maybe not. Oh no, it's going to be Tartaria. I really don't know. God damn it. 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 Okay. $50. Pops this over, by the way. That's how it works. $50 kicks this over. There's a bunch of other things that also happen. There's a bunch of stuff in the stream. The big one's that $50, $100 of total donations as well. Every total 100 flips us over, and it basically determines what we watch the rest of the stream. You never heard of it? Sorry, no regrets. Oh, my dude, you have regrets. You have no idea. But we're going to talk first about this. If you guys don't know Porkin' Cross America, you should watch Porkin' Cross America. It's one of the Onion's best and most underrated joke series. And it's Jim Haggerty, the actor here, but the guy who plays on it. He literally, it's one of those like morning show things. I'm going to eat all of the pulled pork across America. So they call it Porkin' Across America. But over the course of the episodes, he's turned into a fucking pig. He's turned into a fucking pig. Like a real pig. Like with a snout and I'm not joking. And that's why everything is pig themed with him. It's great.
But now I'm free of my corporate shackles, and my only business is freedom. My name is Jim Haggerty, and you are being lied to.
Goddamn, what a fucking
I'm here today
tagline.
with Callie McLean. She used to be a mainstream liberal parenting expert, but now you're an author and an influencer who's fighting feminism, godlessness, and pornography, all from the safety of her farm with her beautiful Aryan children. And you are a self-proclaimed trad wife.
Well, I actually find that to be a bit of a reductive term, if I may. I prefer traditional wife.
And what does that mean?
Well, Jim, it means in my house, we teach the real differences between being a boy and being a girl.
That's just the best writing I've seen in a long time. That's amazing. Trad wife. Oh, I believe that's a reductive term. I prefer to be called traditional wife. And what does that mean? That's the best use of reductive I've ever. That's oh my God, that's so good.
Oh, traditional gender norms.
Exactly. And because upholding those traditional gender norms are so important to me personally, I live 18 hours a day inside of a crate when my husband is at work or in bed.
Oh, you crate.
Oh, yes. And I think every mom should. I know the so-called tolerant left doesn't want to hear this, but women love being confined in small, dark spaces for long periods of time. It's comforting.
Well, yeah. These so-called feminists, they talk a big game about wanting equality, and yet they hate the crate?
I can't tell you how many wives I know who got left out while their husbands were away and ended up scratching holes in the furniture or getting into the people food.
Oh, you're not.
This is satire. This is satire.
Allowed in the people food.
I actually brought mine with me today, just in case I misbehave.
Oh, it looks cozy.
Yeah. So typically, my husband will lure me in with a piece of cheese, and then after a few minutes, I just curl up and fall right asleep.
Wow, you know, it's about time people started waking up to this.
This is what real female empowerment looks like.
Sorry, liberals. Women love shock collars that prevent them from leaving the yard. They love being muzzled when guests come over. They love the cone.
I've got to have a conversation with Heather. That's all I can say. What's this free range wifing that we do?
Oh, I'm sorry. You have permission to exit the crate now.
Thank you. You know, my family has never been happier. The kids really love rattling my cage, and my husband really appreciates that he gets to take up the entire bed now that I get put out in the garage. And our impregnation sessions have never been better.
Wow.
I don't masturbate anymore. How did you do it? I used to be addicted to porn. I would jerk it to anything, bro. I mean, anything. And anytime I with my I felt further away from God. But then, I downloaded the FAP Reporter. How does it work? Anytime I masturbated, I logged it on the FAP forum. I told everyone what I did and what I did it to until I became so ashamed that I stopped. Shame is good. Now I never masturbate. It's like no, not November, but forever. It's about accountability, bro. No FAP. Forever. Forever. Stop fapping forever. Download the...
That's... If it's not Vic Berger who just edited that, that's one of the most Vic Berger edits I've ever seen. It makes me happy. I feel like Vic is seen there.
FAP Reporter now.
You have a teenager, right?
I do. My oldest is 15, my youngest is 2, and I have 3 sets of twin boys in between.
So they probably all know what's cool, what the coolest trends are.
They really do.
So would they think it was cool, and I'm just spitballing here, if I was murdered just for my conservative beliefs?
I'm not sure.
Or what if I was injured but not fully dead, maybe just grazed by a bullet, for example?
I don't know.
You homeschool your kids, right?
I do, and I get to talk about this a little bit on my social media when I'm given phone time. It has been just so rewarding to be able to shield them from the outside world.
What made you decide to start homeschooling?
Well, school
This is too good.
bathrooms for one.
Okay, don't get me started on that. I think we can all agree that whether it's at school or in public or anywhere else, children should not be using bathrooms, period.
Absolutely not.
I mean, have you heard what they're putting in the toilet water these days? It doesn't even taste the same.
I make all of my own toilet water out of my breast milk.
And then you've got these leftist medical schools coming up with potions and treatments that are supposed to keep women alive during childbirth.
You know, women are not supposed to live past the age of 25. I should have died during all 8 of my childbirths, and it is a national disgrace that I am still here today.
It just feels like being a conservative parent has never been harder.
This is so fucking rapid fire. This is so good. I have
a friend who told me that at their son's school, they actually teach boys as young as 18 what consent is. Can you believe that?
You know, Jim, I just make sure the toilet water is milky and I go back to my crate.
That's good. That's good. Okay. Sorry, you're getting me all riled up here. Tell me about homeschooling.
Yeah, so like I said, it's just been so fulfilling and it's been so successful that we've actually had to open up a new facility. We call it a remote homeschool education center.
Oh, all right. Well, let's take a look. Oh, yeah.
It's a homeschool away from home.
That's great.
Oh, God.
So on the days where my boys are not taking the homeschool bus to homeschool, they are with me, learning on the farm.
And I imagine homeschooling them all must be a little difficult.
You know, honestly, the only downside that I've found is their lack of exposure to gun violence.
Oh, yeah, that is a shame. I've always said that a school shooter in the hallway from time to time is good for a kid.
It keeps them focused. It's great for physical education as well. So we've started to introduce homeschool shooter drills every day, which is great because when you think about it, a public school kid is only getting exposed to an active shooter situation 2 to 3 times a year.
Oh, yeah, that's not enough.
Whereas my boys get to experience it every day after Bible verses.
That is so smart.
I take one of my husband's handguns and put it underneath one of their beanbag chairs, so it's like they're getting a real classroom experience.
Is it loaded?
Of course. It doesn't feel real otherwise.
It's too much. This is actually this might be too much.
Masturbation alert.
Oh, I'm sorry. I get an alert every time someone self-reports for masturbating on the FAP form. Someone has masturbated to a photo of a ham in a ShopRite catalog.
Oh, Jim, the devil's wickedness knows no end. You don't masturbate, do you?
Oh, no. Not right now. No. At this moment, no.
When was the last time you masturbated?
Wow, I can't believe no one's ever asked me that before, but it was August 26, 2012.
Wretched mongrel.
Oh, Callie, it's not what you think. I was a different person back then. I hadn't found Jesus yet. I was out of control. Neil Armstrong just died, and I was the host of a morning news show. I'm not proud, but it was a lot of pressure. Oh, Callie, you don't have to get in the crate. Oh. All right, well, they're all masturbating to you now, so you might as well just come on out.
No, I'm never coming out of here, Jim, never, until you promise me that you will never masturbate again. Those could have been children, Jim.
Callie, I promise you, those days are behind me now.
The camera angle with her in the crate over it's so good. It's just so well done.
Now, but I promise you now, right in front of the whole world, that I will never, ever masturbate myself again.
I don't masturbate anymore.
This is almost too much. That is perfect. It's perfect. Speaking of things that are not perfect, though. So, I don't know why I have these, but I have a whole bunch of books on Tartaria that I found some dude's website who's like a fucking lunatic, sells them on Amazon, and they're terrible, but I find this shit fascinating. This is Tartaria, Coronavirus. And I have a feeling I'll be demonetized for reading this book. What is it all about? What does it have to do with the history of the world in the future? To understand the future, we need to understand history. Are there any secrets in history that can tell us about the future? This book will examine some secrets in world events that may change your future. The book will show the facts that researchers have presented and photo evidence is provided to show you that proper research has been done by David Ewing Jr. to check what researchers and historians say. That's great. Tartaria is, you know what? You're going to learn. David Ewing Jr. has traveled to over 2,500 cities and places worldwide and has done much historical research over 20 years and has great knowledge of world history. Tartaria coronavirus. On September 11th, also known as 9/11, there were 4 incidents that took place in the United States of America. Historians now state 19 men carried out attacks on that day who are alleged to be modern Muslims. Researchers discovered many strange facts related to 9/11. For example, in the 1999 American movie called Matrix, the passport expiry date of the main character was that date. Similar things were found in other movies and television programs. Researchers began to question who organizes and controls the media and movie industry. Were they predicting the future, or is there something that we do not know? Right to the 9/11, you have no idea. These books are, there's a reason I have these books. It's because they all go right to it. These are not 500 pages of like crystals followed by how they hate the Jews. This is like right to anti-Semitism, conspiracy theory, and lunatic shit. Okay. The Japanese government was notified of a Japanese citizen who was in New York at the time, who stated that she was running away from the Twin Towers because she heard explosions from inside the buildings. Many Japanese government officials did not believe the planes destroyed the Twin Towers. I love it. We're going right to it. I'm going to keep going because I don't want to just read about 9/11 shit for like 2 hours. Many people pointed out if you add numbers together for the dates of the events September 11th and the disasters in Japan, it came to December 22nd, 2012. You think this guy's American? Really? What makes you think that? Come on. This is not a cohesive thing. Wait, is that Elian Gonzalez? What is happening here? Oh, it's Iraq. What is happening? This is fucking crazy. This is layers upon layers. But come on. Come on. End of chapter 74. I'm serious. I'm serious. This is how the book is sold on Amazon. Don't ask how I got my copies, and I did not pay for it. Oh, here we go. Fun stuff. All right. The administration of President Donald Trump gave lots of money to Gavi, and so did other nations from around the world. There was too much evidence to show that all these people could be on the same side, working for the same world order, or they were forced to work together by a hidden power. The microchip for identification does have some advantages depending on what it will be used for. It can be used to identify you. The microchip for identification has uses. It can be used to identify you and also hold digital currency and many other things. But what people fear is that the world can become a digital dictatorship with a few people in power who can control the world and who can decide everything for the world. Microchips can possibly have many other functions, such birth control. Remember when I said how you need to create? This person has 50 books on Amazon that sell. Remember when I said you need to create? Go make things. This dude makes things. So you can laugh at him. He's completely out of his skull, but he's doing something. Would you rather AI made this? I guess is that the point we get to right now where like you're glad AI didn't write this? Right? Is that the moral anti-AI stance or moral stance right now? We're like, well, at least AI didn't generate this hateful, conspiratorial, anti-Semitic, into the world trash. At least AI didn't make it, right? The number of global abortions per year could be as high as 50 million to 100 million because many doctors do hidden abortions. The full data is not clear. Some estimates suggest around 40 to 50 million abortions per year. What is the problem? The way this is written is like wonderful. Some estimates are less than the estimates I said. I love it. The data is very shocking. It shows there is a serious global problem. But what exactly is the problem? Some people say that abortion is wrong and this is the major problem. But other people point out that the heart of the problem is society itself. Some people argue that if there was protected sex, then there would be fewer pregnancies. Other people argue that the media is to blame because it is promoting a sexual culture to the young people of the world from a young age. Oh, AI. Ready? Many people who support the world order now state the microchip will benefit humanity. It will finally be a way to prevent such abortions. Artificial intelligence, AI 19, will be programmed to assess any applicants who wish to give birth to a child. Artificial intelligence, AI 19, will decide who can have children and who cannot. It will also decide many other things. Still not COVID yet. Ah, here's Tartaria. It took a while to get there, didn't it? So, if you're not familiar with Tartaria, you're about to be completely familiar with it, and you're going to go, well, that can't be all it is, Brooks. And it is all, that is all it is. There are many reports from all over the world that people have found buildings with windows and doors underground. Much evidence has been presented by researchers that shows many monuments and buildings are buried all over the world. Buildings buried all over the world should make people think carefully. People should look at the world again. The history of the world should show them what happened to the people that lived on Earth in the past. In the history of the world, they will find many more answers about the world today. It's the same sentence. It's the same paragraph again. It's literally copied and pasted exactly. We should invent archaeology? No. Not sure why many conflate Mudflow with Tartaria. Oh no, they are the same thing. See, everything is one giant conspiracy now. But Tartaria was an advanced civilization that could do cool stuff and was way cooler than us. And so we, the people who are in charge now, flooded the world with mud to cover up their civilization. That's why they're like that. So look, they have windows on the lower level. Oh my God. Look at the windows. Look at all the windows. Look at all the windows. Look at 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 the windows. That's the book. That's the book. There you go. I think he has a book on the catacombs. Like I'm not joking when I say like he genuinely has like 50 books, 100 maybe, probably 100 now. There he is. Tartaria coronavirus at the Sydney Opera House, I guess. Right? I know the Grand Unified Conspiracy Theory. Like a Time magazine, you've no fucking idea. One sec. I've got it. He's got a few of these. I think a few of them showed up here. Here we go. Tartaria, Adolf Hitler. Tartaria, History is a Lie. And Tartaria, Illuminati Games. Laugh all you want. He's published and people are buying these things. It's can't tell if he's 15 or 50. But on August 1934, Adolf Hitler became the Fuhrer of Germany. Why 19? AI 19. By the way, just sorry I'm cheating. Who was Adolf Hitler? This book will show the relation between Adolf Hitler and September 11th. There are many people who are questioning world history, and many researchers say the history of Adolf Hitler is a lie. Where is the proof? The book will show you the history of Adolf Hitler in a way that you can never imagine, and you can decide if the history of Adolf Hitler is true or a lie. Photo evidence is provided to show you that proper research has been done by David Ewing. When people think of the First World War and the Second World War, people immediately think about Adolf Hitler. Magic. It's magic. I think it's magic. It's a unique thing. I got a bunch of shit in here. I got a bunch of really dumb shit in here. Those are the biggest dumb shit, though. Those are the worst. Thank you, Zendu, for getting those out of the way, because once they're done, they don't show back up in the ball pit. So, yay! I got some duplicates I need to get rid of, too. Fuck. It's probably for the best. I'm not sure my brain could have handled, like, oh, what did we get today, Brooks? Oh, how about the tome called, one sec, Markets. Where is it? Markets in the Making. I know it's here. There it is. Fuck me. This is a good book. Markets in the Making, Rethinking Competition, Goods, and Innovation. Hands down, one of the more interesting things Zone Books has put out recently. How do I know? Because I've marked the shit out of it. It's a fucking nightmare. It's huge. It's a huge fucking book. And it's amazing. It's amazing. I recommend it for anyone who's like, one of my big critiques of anyone who talks about like what anarchism is. And I might, Bachelor? Yeah. Oh yeah. I've got a bunch. I just finally got the PDF reader working. Fuck, that is a bad cut. I just got the PDF worker reading. PDF. That's going to be marking the end of the stream, by the way. That is a PDF reader working. So that thing, I'll be able to actually have a lot more books in there, a lot more better books. There's going to be a lot more dumb shit happening and fun stuff. And a lot of really good things, and I'm excited for it. So it'll be fun. It's good stuff. We got a lot of great shit in here. We got a lot of Yaqui, which is just going to be its own nightmare at some point. I have the War Nerd. I have the War Nerd Iliad in here. John Dolan, War Nerd, did a weird prose translation of the Iliad. It's fucking awesome. And it's awesome only if you like him and what he does and everything. And it's very unique. It's very unique. Speaking of PDF, can I acquire about the OS? This is a website. It's not an operating system. This is a website that just exposes various HTML or Node.js programs. So, for example, the ebook reader is just an ebook reader, but it's just a window inside of it that does that thing. This is camera. Hello, how are you doing? Music's just a music player. YouTube's just a YouTube player. There's nothing like super exciting. The closest stuff that's like more interesting is when we start getting into this, where it's like, this is, and it's growing. I actually have right now the other thing happening, but this is like, notes of things I've said, quotes that some people have said randomly on my fucking stream, that kind of get put in. It's like a large digital garden. The one right now that's interesting is this thing, and it won't pop yet because right now it's going through and it's building. It's a full graph rag of everything I've ever said or written that I could find across anything. And it should be at least interesting. This is the first version of it, which is things I've said, things I've talked about, all these different sort of things for different stuff. I need to get this thing running again. It's waking up right now, but it runs. I've taken it offline because I'm trying to get the graph rag going via VLLM right now, so that way I have everything. And the goal would be, it's going to take like a week, maybe a week and a half, but it'll have all of it, and then it'll be able to cross-reference and pull from itself. And I'm pretty excited to see kind of what it does. Because the goal is, as I talk, I'm going to have a system automatically transcribe and throw text at LLM that I have running locally. And then as I say things, it should force and surface things that are inside of the large scale RAG, which is a giant database of, it's effectively just a database of stuff I've said that'll force collisions and force me to sort of places I'm disagreeing with myself where I've said the opposite is the goal. So if I say something and it finds stuff where I've said the opposite, it should go, hey, stupid, how you doing? Defend yourself, asshole. And I like that idea. I like being forced to do that. So that'll be fun. And then I actually went in and I started working on my meta objects idea again. These are for the books that I have. So I've had a little bit of fun bringing back a few things. And again, it's just a website that runs just whatever the fuck I want behind it, because it just basically opens up a web page, which is a front end for any of the other shit I've got going. So there's the AO, which is next week we'll be fully connected to the website and have the latest version of everything, so I can actually be really finishing that instead of whatever. Who got this? One sec. Let's see. Oh, I hit the wrong one. The flowers, it covers it up. I need to fix that. Everyone who donates gets a flower, and it'll grow your little flower over time. Just cute little fun things. The goal is to do a lot more of that. And then I have a lot of things like this, where it's like just random little stupid troll shit. Dumb little things it does. Just manually just pumping them through real quick. But it's just like little fun little things to fuck with me. And then the full-on books, videos, or I can have it do a URL and run through it. So slowly setting that up and trying to get it running. That's the idea there. But for now, structure books in 2D similar to the audio structure built for virtual space view. That is the idea. Yeah. And I've got more work to do on it, but I've got obviously the basic is set up, because I was able to pull out some of that old code, which is good, but it didn't work super well. So it doesn't have a lot of the particle effects or the secondary sort of mutations, which is frustrating, but what can I say? But I'm playing with it. So for now, I'm going to send you off. I want to say thank you, all of you who were here. You want to support me? I love the idea. I love the idea. There's a place you go, streamelements.com/DGQC. You can tip me there. Great. 100% goes towards me. It's wonderful. You can also go straight and send super chats like Zendu and all these lovely people who are doing the same thing. Memberships, patreon.com/DGQC. Also fucking great. Also fucking wonderful. But the best way to support it is just by joining our Discord, because we have a weird Discord. And I don't know how else to say it except to say that we have a fucking weird Discord. And it's awesome. And we'd love to have you. I'm going to be sending you over to Jordy. And when you get there, tell Jordy to watch the new Tradwife Onion video, because it's fantastic. Ah, God. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you all. I'll see you soon enough.